day that the Lord called you to be there by His side. I can't remember a day when you weren't around. You were always there. I still hear your voice in my head, hear you laughing, see you smiling in my mind. And if I had the chance again, I would tell you that I love you one last time. And yet I still can't believe that you're gone, that you're gone. Oh, we cry, we cry, we cry, we cry. So many friends you left behind, so far and wide. And once you reach the heavens, I ask that you remain inside, be our angel watching from afar. I'm crying now, just wondering why you had to be the first to fly away. Oh, just understand we'll never let go. Your legacy will live forevermore. Oh, we cry.
whaafitai mo loutou whaavanoa o loutou teimi. Ua matagofia ai lenei aso i le suafo o Iesu lo tatou alii mo lo tatou whaola. Greetings to you all in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Thank you for being here today to honor and celebrate the life of Tunumofono Fa'amoetauroa Avalua, Colenso Fa'amoetauroa, who filled our lives with love, joy, and countless unforgettable moments. For the sake of our non-Samoan-speaking friends and families, the family service is mainly in Samoan. I pray, may the manna of the Holy Spirit be upon you and us all to guide and enlighten us all as we go along with our celebration. O le alofo o le alii ua le whaumati ai tātou, o na ua le mawai o lona alofa muti vale, e fou mai ia I taia uma, e tele lo whamaoni. The steadfast love of the Lord never ceases. His mercies never come to an end. They are new in every morning. So great is his faithfulness. Te tātou tano. A whio mai a nganga pa ia, tautolo ina mātou uma, alofa mai alo mana I o mātou nganga, ma whio mai manofo mauai na ia mātou mauale a nganga o le nei sauninga, ma wha mai se ina o mātou loto wha wau. Ala atu ia Iesu ke viso le te talo. Amen. Ora a tātou vi il pesi.
Thank you.
tatu wifo matitalo i le atua. Le atua pa i ai lo mātou tama. O lo mātou tupu lava mai le vavau e o i le whaavavang. E pa ia lava ma malu oe ma sili sili ese lo suafa. Le suafa i ai le mana atu o toa. Wa mātou telitonu ma whātua tua i ai. O le tamā, o le alo, o le anganga pa ia lava oe. O lo wanganga pa ia foi, o le fisoso ani sili lea mo i mātou. O lo awai lea motusia foi lea, ia te i mātou, au mātou wolai le nei o langa le tū mau. E o lava i le teime o lo mātou woti. O mātou mafuta i le nei aso, wa e si le fia le wha moe moe. Whawhitai tele i lo wolofa. Sa ta ape, le nei poto potonga i whi au ma ngā ruenga. O awa onga fu e le whanau, ma e mātutua o e sa mau i maota malawa. Sa whaile whaiva o le tapua inga. Le atu ai whawhitai wa mātou o whanga poto i le maru nei, i sa uninga whale a inga o tunu whono. Whawhitai lo wolofa sa e au wai whatasi mai la tōu mai mātou uma. Ia tū maulo vi inga lo mātou tua. E ui lava ua mātou poto, o se aso whanoa noa o no mafutanga mo tusia. A o le oti lava ia o le vaenga o lo mātou wola. E te whai le matua, e te a ami foi le i titi. Ai mātou te whane e ma whamanuina lo suafa. I le avanoa na e tu mai e ola i le tangata i le olanga nei. Mātou mauti noa e puu masasa. Le soifua ma le ola ua whātusa i le ana. Ua whātusa fo i le funga o le mutia. E matala i le tae au e le lea i le afiafi. O le mele mātou te fia ai. Ua umalava ona e whailoa mai a te i mātou. E iai le teimi whape nei o le tangata ola. Ia vi ia oi mea e whaia. Whaafitai le soifua o le au auna, whaafitai fo i mō mafutanga sa mātou whaia. Whaafitai lo na sao tā ua i tutonu a inga ma tutonu o lau mtanga aduenga ma le kālesia. Ia sanga vi iai lava oelo mātou ta mapa ia. Ia, whaafitai tele lava. Mātou mafuta foi i le nei aso. A ua mōli maua ua fionga e sili lo mātou iai le fale o iai le whanonoa. I lo le fale o whai iai le fia. A ua o le aso le nei mātou te manatua ai ma wha manatu mai a te mātou. E iai lo mātou tae au whapea ua e ato whaina ma fuafuaina. Ia tū maulo vi inga ta maa. E ui lava ina whanonoa a ua mori mau fo Iesu ke risu. A mu ia e whanonoa. A ua e wha mawhana ina i la tau. Ia sulala i o lo walofa ma lo wanga le lei. Wha fo ila vi inga i ate oe. I mea uma ua e whaia mo i mātou uma o lau whanau. E iei fo i o mātou se. Uma ona maliu ke riso o mātou wa o ina. Paulava leo le ala e whai ai o na whaola ina le tangata. Pe a mātou te litonu i lou maliu ma lou toi tū manu mālo. Ia o le mea lea mātou te momoli atua i pea mātou whātou e senga. Ma mātou wha maua lalo i o ruma. A wā ua mātou i loa i mātou lava o nao ni tangata i le ato o toa. Ai mātou te i loa fo i le mana o le wha maanga longa na e sa unia e ala i lou soifua ato o toa. O le ala lea mātou te sao tuai. Ia mātou te whātou ese ma wha marulu i rau whina ngalo. Mea ua le tonu ai lau whanau e le ngata o i mātou o e ua poto i le nei asu. Ia e whapea fo i lau au nawa e a mia. Ia le mali o ke riso. Rona toto pa ia na whamalingi ina ma le toto tino na momomo. sa ili e so mātou wala ina ua whamangaro ina I mātou. Ia alofo mai e le nei aso. Mātou tu atu ia te o ele whamoe moe, o le amatanga le nei, ia sa uninga o lo mātou uso nei, o lau au auna. A unoa oe mai mātou ele mwhai a lau whanau se mea. Ia mātou talo ia tāwhi mala le anganga pa ia, I loto whawau wau o a inga, ai mai se fo ia whai mai se ina I mātou umalawa. Mātou whafo I le vi inga I ate oero mātou li ie. Ia mātou tu atu I ate oele le fiafi. Se a se moli mau. Ia whai ala vai tu sa malo fina ngara. E wane I vi I aile tangata. Ia mātou tāru sia le nei mawhutanga. Ia I lo fi le mū malo manuia I o mātou runga. Ia le ngata fo I lea o nisi a inga o whanoa noa ma whape nei le nei aso. Ia o atu I ailo o lofa I a te ilatou. Mātou I vi ma pipese fo I se vi inga. Ia sula ailo o lofa ma lo wanga le lei. Ma ia tu maua I le mamalu o oe o mātou wora. Ia o la mātou talo le ia lofa mai. Tu watu whatasi mo mātou loto. Tu watu o mātou wanganga I o ao lea li ie. Sua fo ke riso ua mātou wole ma te tāro atuai. Lo mātou ta mai o I le langi, ia pa ia lo suafa. Ia lo langi e pei ona whaia le langi. I e fua I mai a te mātou le aso nei o mātou mea ai tau ma le aso. I e whamangalo I a te mātou I a mātou on sala. Pei o I mātou foi ono mātou whamangalo I nātu, ie wanga leanga mai a te mātou. A ua fwoi e te te ina I mātou I whao so songa. Aile leanga, wai o le mālo. Amen. O le a maua le tusi whaitau, tusi l'apostolo Paulo le Kalesia I Filipi, o lona foi upu, mata upu e tolu, o le foi upu e sfulfitu I le lua sfulu. Whafonga ia o te whaitauina. Le au soe, I au tu wha o au whatasi mai I a tea. I o tō wawa ai fo I e o sāwa wali whapea. Whapea ona whaio I mātou ma wha o au I a te utou. Au wao lo sāwa wali I se tō tele. Na o whai atu soo I a te utou. Au te toi fo I atu nei fo I maritangi. O lātou whai mō lātou fili le sā tauro ke viso. O le mālaia, o lo lātou I unga lea. O le mānava, o lo lātou utua lea. O le manava o lo lātou atua lea, o le mea lātou te vivi I ai, o le mea e māsia si ai lea, e loto I lātou I mea le lalolangi. A o lo tātou nu moni ua I le langi lea, o lo whātali tali mai ai I tātou I le whaola. O le li o Jesu ke viso. Nga te li ua o tātou nei tino whātau waa, ia whātitau I lona tino mamalu. E tusa male mana na te mawhai ai o na whātou I laloina o mea uma I a te I lava. Taru pe ile nganga o le tua, whapulam whamara malama I outou whinangaro mo tātou roto. Winga o na fionga e pio na whaitawina. Tu mawate a te I le vi inga nei e whaavaurava. Amen. E o te mille o moli mau. Le atu atu lore ava noa I le whasolonga o loo I le tatu pulkalani. Ia awase mōri mau whamaoni o le au auna nei. Ia awafo I nei e sau mōri mau oe. Ai mōri mau le maliu. Ia whasote uloa, tunu whono. Ia, o le anganga le mōri whaaloalo. O te whaalonga o tu loa ua e mōli mau oe I a te oe. Ia o tau fwini tāo whira o mōli mau. ia mal whaaloalo.
Tai lava molo wanga no. Ai le whaia se tala mo lava o na o whaatulou li pa ia ma le mamalu o le sauninga. No whawhawhia ngainga tai o le sauninga. Le pa ia ma le mamalu o le kalesia. Ai maisi o le whaapotonga li ne fiafi. Ia lewa a mai ale leo le tai ia ele whaial mo le mau o tina ia na lai on tūlai. O aso ia i masani o na whaitau loto tamaiti. Ea o ia o lo tina whapea. Whaitau loto lea e sele maana ia e ngā mo utou. A wā o whapea lava o nā lofa mai o lea tua le lalulangi. Wa ia au mai ailo nā tali i e tō tasi. Ina ia le whano se tasi. E whaatua tua ia te ia. A ia maua le ola e whaabau. E sele maana ia o le whaitau. Ua whaamanino ma whaamatala mai ai tātou. Le alofa ma le anga lei o keriso. I to tonu o ainga, i mātua, ma whanau, ma ainga. Ia ai maise o lana whiau, ma lana ngāwe. E wha mai leo le situ la whonu. Ia e alofa atu le lua te tua oi. Ia pei o oe lava ia te oi. Oko lenso. Tunu ma whonu. O se pelele tono ne ainga. Pei on sila fia. Ele mwhai o na pupula mai. Ai o le loto e tumu i le alofa ma le angale. O le 5 taumtau le tono rumato ainga. E le tasi aso na tupu ai le whaalavilawe i tono o le ainga i sesi tu. Longo mai mātou wha mai o mai tātou wō. E ave se tātou sosoani. Mātou wō loa, na mātou wā o uso. Mai ai tō tasi, mātou atu. E tō a 5 le lei matai o lo sa whai mai tono o le whani. Whaatali mai le mātou wō atu. Ai sila mai le ainga. Na o te na o loo mātutua. Ma le tamai tō tasi, e le iloa le ainga e tā waso. Mātou wō atu lo i tonu. Uma na launga mai le ainga a watu loa ma le leo le mātou. Le mātou whaamoe moe le mātou ia. Whai atu loa i aitunu ma whono. Ia whaafitai tele lo tau ainga. Nā o tau sila mai. Ia o le ainga ne. Na o loo mātou tua lava. Ma le tau waso e tō tasi sao whai atu ai. O ina, whatua ai loa i le ainga. E tā waso le mātou tamalea na mātou watu. O ia o se tamai tumu i le alofa i tono mātou ai. E le whailonga ina na o lon tina. Ma o na uso ma lon tō whine. E sili atu lona alofa i a mātou. Tausanga o malava. E le misi le mea alofa i o mātou wasu whanau. E le ngata fo i lea. E whai le whaatau, alu atu mo mori atu i o mātou whare. A whai atu i ai, e whaati ngā ina fua oe, whai mailan tala. O le ale whaati ngā ina, whaafitai i le tua. Le o maua lo mālosi, e mawhai ai, o na o sau e batu, se mea, whai ai sau mea ai. E lango nai le anganga o le alofa, i le nei tamaititi. Le ala fo i lea, tumu ai le nei ainga, i le loto whanonoa, o na ua awe ese le tuporo mātou ai. O ia, o se tamaititi e sili, i to tono le ainga, mai o le anganga fo i lea, o onga le lei ua, whaia le nei tamaititi, ia ko lenso i tono mātou ainga, pau ale o le mea mana o ai mātou. Ia o ngā ia mātou whanau. Ia tutupu o mātou whanau. Ia pei o kolenso. le alofa I so ses, e le whaatua oia, e le na o lon tina, ma ona uso ma lon tua fine, le ai, e siri atu mātou I lo lon tina, ma ona uso, ai wha mua I mātou. Ai se ai lai o na maua le tama le tūranga lea. E ala o na ua ia maua Iesu. Ana le maua e kolenso Iesu I lona soifua ma lona ola. E le mwhai o na ia whaatinoa ia tūranga uma. O ia o se tama I titi le lei to tonu o mātou ai. O ia foi e tumu I le alofa. Ia o te tonu whanau nei ainga. Ia awa ne I outou o ese ai. Ia outou sawa vali ia lawa uma on sauni e kolenso I tu tonu o le tatou ainga. O kolenso, le ingoa le kolenso. O le ingoa le aole. O le tangata e ingoa ia William Kolenso. O ia sa ia whaaliliuina le tuspa ia I le ngangana mauri. O le ala lea, o la utama na whanau na o na mauaina I le ingoa lea. Wha ingoa I loa I le ingoa lea. Na ia whaaliliuina le tuspa ia I le ngangana mauri. O le ala na o le ingoa lea o William Kolenso. Ia whaafitai tele I le atua, I lo na lofa ma lo na ngalelei, wa ia foa I mai ai se tamaititi tono nei ainga. Ina ia mātou wola ai ma mātou loa, o na ola ma ava I le atua, ma whaia lo na fina ngalo, e ala I le alofa. Alofa I le tasi, a ua le alofa e a oe na oe, o le anganga na Kolenso. Alofa mua I le si o uso, toa e alofa I ate. Mea uma ua ia saunia ma ia whaia tātou ainga. Ia lea ua o te talo atu, ia wha o ngā le soifua o Kolenso. Ina ia soifua ma tātou wolai, o le fina ngalo lea o lea tua I tono o tātou ainga. Ia manuia toi sauninga o le tātou atali, whaftai lava.
Talo Flower. Alo le soifo. Good evening. Whalawhalei atu ke mutoro osi. My name is Whakahele Senior Irene. I was born on Niue Island, Tahene and the late Sātai. We hailed from Lalofau in the village of Tuapa. With my loving parents, the late Toatapu and the late Mokasiulani, we journeyed to the land of milk and honey, Aotearoa, New Zealand, where I was raised in Glen Eden, West Auckland. Several years ago, Ava and I met through mutual friends during my work social club. I was instantly drawn to his egotistical, cheesy charm. He asked me to save him from an overzealous female admirer who seemed oblivious of who he was. But then he proceeded to pit us against each other to get the ultimate prize, him. Needless to say, there were a lot of laughs that night, but we didn't exchange numbers. Some weeks later, while at work, a colleague handed me a note saying that Ava had asked me to call her back. And it didn't explain what was going on. So I called Ava back, Ava was on the line. He casually stated he'd been waiting for me to take him to lunch. He said that he had a space in his fully booked calendar on Saturday. Was that the start of our budding romance? Yeah, nah. I'd like to say that I've loved him ever since. That's not who we were. We loved, we laughed, we disagreed, we got angry. I'd give him the silent treatment. And he'd call me out for being an irrational woman. I'd call him for being a dickhead. And he'd call me a bitch. Gladly, resolve was swift, forgiveness easy, and seamless return to our comforting rituals. As a staunch advocate for the rights of Pacific disabled people and with like-minded individuals, he helped form advocacy groups. Most recently, in 2020, he founded Tō Whāma Mao Collective, a proudly independent national grassroots non-profit organisation led entirely by Tangata Saili Malo. The term of identity to replace Pacific disabled people, their families, nofuakainga, and carers and supporters to Tuasoi for. He worked tirelessly to reframe the narrative regarding everyday lives and realities of Tangata Saili Malo. Tangata Saili Malo is an aspirational vision of the pursuit of success, underpinned by the sheer determination and sustained by the collective vitality of Pacific peoples. It is a vision that reflects the hopes of the disability community to imagine better of their future. Tangata Saili Malo is inclusive of all Pacific peoples in Aotearoa and all disability types. The origin of the name is a phrase used to acknowledge an individual or group's victory or achievement. Malo le saili malo. Malo le whinau. Malo le tau iwi. Well done for pursuing success. Well done for raising and arguing the point. Well done for persevering with the struggle. This expression allows those who have witnessed or taken part in the successful journey to recognise everything it took to get there. He is the most spirited Tangata Saili Malo I've had the privilege of sharing my life with. He taught me how to strive beyond my own limitations, to reach beyond the stars. Yep, he didn't have any qualms admitting that he was a Trekkie. And on several occasions he stated that Federation Constitution class Starship Enterprise would beam him up and he would go out into the universe. I must take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to all of you who have joined us tonight, online and in the congregation. I started to put together a shout-out list of people to thank. We joked about going through all the aisles to take up time, but I realised that I don't have all that time. There are so many names. Words cannot fully convey the gratitude that each of you will help to heal my broken heart. I figure I'll just reach out to you individually and we can catch up for a large almond latte. A wise man reminded me that it was you who raised him and influenced him to be the man he became. The love of my life. Thank you. Each night before sleeping, he would say, "Good night, my beloved. Sleep well. See you in the morning." And I would reply, "Good night, my beloved. I love you. See you in the morning."
First cousins, nieces and nephews, close friends and colleagues. Vasoronga na.
God is good all the time. Ele leile atua. Taini uma. Bi ia leli. Ya. Ai o tele ia ngai se moli mau. Ele umi se moli mau. Lea sa o whaalongolongo mai. Ya, ele ai lava sa baenga o le soifuanga o tunu mafonu. Ya ele yo ya to o ya na morua ai o te mo ai momolia tu le fa'aftai I lau sunga taita tu sai male avanoa fa'aftai fo'i I le mamalu o le nai tu o tatou ainga ia mo se avanoa fa'aulo o tau lafo mai fo'i nei tu o le ainga ia awa se upu mo le mau mo I tatou nei afiafi ai o tele I tautala lava I se upu. Ia, e au lava o na motu le pā a o I loa. E au lava o na mua I wha I loa. Po aile nei tangata o le a malu malo a atu I mumautoa fia. Ia molo o tau sila fia. O lo ingoa o sii. O lo tamā o wha amoe. Mai le lepa, ma whanga malo I sabai. O au o le tua whawhine. O tunu mawhono, whaamoe tau loa, awa ula, ko lenso, whaamoe. Se tama fo'i na ati leo na suafa. O au o le tua whawhine, o ta whawhuna I to awalu, whaamoe. O le tama o le tama lea. Ma o ia o le unu matua, o le whanau e ia. Whaftai si o ainga na watasi tō whai ate o tō. E whai o masui o te sahu, whai mamuri mau. E ele mafua angata ua lava. Nā olo alala mai tamā matua le ainga nei. E iei matai, e iei whawhia ngainga. Ai wala na la fo mai lo a inga le morimau. O a ore tinalo na dua o tamale. A terina, whaftai. O inai loa wa vea oi mamastio fo o na oaso whapene. whawhitai. Na ui loa lo whai tama. E le whai ngofi. Na e au mai. Tunua whono. I le nei ai. Whatoa sifuru ono o tausa. O tātua o te re toe alu se au. Tai mile ana o whawhailele ina i tamane. Whatasi ma lo grandmother is wafa ya si I lau is. Ma o mātua o whaamoe ta miuni masu isu. Whaamoe. Sa iai martina ia te pa au te tono whaalapi tonga lea. Mātua wia sa whawhailele matausi. Whawhtai ati o ata ma le mawha. I ora o fina kalo na mawhai ai o na amaia tonu mawhono ni ai. Ina ua matau whaalongo o le atu ua e Atarina Samoa. O le atu I malanga mai New Zealand nei. Sa pele ia mātou ki tamalea. E le whapea o mātou le whaatuatuaina. Ti o ata ma le mawha. Mātou roa le whaitama. O toi ina malo matu. Asa iele manatu mawalunga. O le ale asau Atarina. O le ulu ai grandchild le anei ai. E ulu matua o mai ai whanau, a mātou whanau. Me nasa furu ono tausa. Whatua o le ia te au se langona o se alofa whaatina. O lau te tala vau e le whaia so ai. E le iei fo I se whanau wātu. Malo le au whafo. E whai ngā tāia. Te titi ale mwhai no sau e whai se. Whaftai le atua. Le whana whana o le anganga pa ia o au ina mai. Se I mawai lo loto tele. E tele vai ngolo na soifua. E le o ofo ia le silfia. Na o taimi al mamafutanga la anga I se tala o nei manu le taimi. Man fo ia to tele la tu lo fia tu la I mo le mau. E ai pine fa mau le mamafutanga. O songa I miti e uri le au e taia la tu songa I miti. Al tamba le e pa e le au. Ina wau wa aia a o yo mātua. A tua o ngā ola I titi. O na o walu le tua e mātua aina. A o nofo le ai o fiti e pia. Te alo e whaanoi mai o mātua. Ina wa whairo aina. E ma whai mai lo watani I wha mole mole wha moe. Ta te nofo la vai lo. Ai ave ai le loto loto. Mai se o mātua whawhao le nei tuanga. A e a onga. O te toi momoli atu I o lua lima. Nai alala mai nā sunga le whaiwhi au malolo ia mafi. O lulu, malanga mai whaltua le malanga mai Amerika le whatu atonu. Matou umane. Sa matua ia ni tana. Ai peo le tele o lona o langa. Ino wa uwa aia o iei se I la pae tulo I. Sa o wasa sala vai au tulai fungali. Se isu e po fea ma wai se fo. Whangata mea leo amata solo. Te alo matai o le ula vale I o ni tamai titi o lai titi. O le awala, ia o tausi la fia fungali. Ia e tafe solo ai ala vai. Ma te oi mua tamai awala lau papa. Te whano mei lau patapata tūte ti pau. E su e tamaloa e suafa ia wha mausi. O ia o le tā pea ato ne silfienisi. O I nāna mao ai. Whai mai le fofo. A mai lo bi mai tā haere mea. Whaangata I le pea ato. E le tu solo. O mea ia e whai tāte ne whaangari. Wāru. A wai ei whaama whai runga mamata. Lona lua. E le whato a mai nei tumfonu. Na soifua mai ar tamalia. O whea ngai lava mamai. Na mato wau mau I wawala. Sa ili se fofo o le mawhaina ai. Ma maua le mai o tamaiti o le ngotu malu watu le awhi. Na umar whan mai, su e fofo, e maua I wawala. E o mai ne. Watu umai le a inga le fofo le ia tia. Tasi le a wha mau whailu. O le mama whatanga ma le tamale. Whasisi la atu le awhia. A ieiso o walo e maua le mai le o ngotu malu. Ia avatu ia te au e lelo fō, ma le whaaloa lo lava. O le ula wale o le tamaria, na ia inu mia I fō e le whankarasini, tu lou a le awhi, se tama au la wale. Ai o le a whaasolo mo maua lava lea. E usi stai, maa watu fō I o le a umi. E iai le lui atu ma whono, ua oti lava o tele Italia. Si, e iai se mea o e mana oai. I Samoa, e vili atu. Hatu le ai, mai ese le palapala o luloko. Le ai, ma se mea. A mana o se mea, o wala au atu. Se ia o ai no usau I nei ni usila le lua afes pulfa. Yo o nei iau, o mai. O whaiala na lui leo tele Italia ina lava. Si, o iai se mea aile tume. E se mea te mana oe, e ai. Si, o le la vai nge sili. Ma li helo watu. Wa ai oe. Lai soi fua lo tina. Alu e whaai u rautasi. Alu e whailo ngarwe. Ai se mea te mana oe. Te wala au atula. Bono, lea wa e alu te rei maa roa e whinaunga lea. Talo whai. Lea sa ta ua toto. O se tama e ese le loto alofa. Ia e moni wha maona. Se le tue o sa utala. Ia sa whanau ma mea whapena. Ai o le a wha umara o muri mau. E iai se tama I solo. Na fatu a e o mawhawhau. E mo moli ai o sa awhia whinga motu. A umara o solo lea. Na o wala au tuli ai whana. Tula I mai. Te alwhai e maua sewa noa whamulumuli. E langi se mātou pesi. E whaai uai a mātou sa awhia whinga mo mātou a walofa mo. Tumafono ma whaaloa lawa. Ua motu le titi lupe na sa afi I ai e wa wau se ese. Ai ua poto mai a inga. Ma au mea mamai. Ua le whaatasi le ori. Ai ua songi I le whaatua wha. Ua langa male ai le pua nai anganoa. Ina ua e malanga. Ua le taunu ai moonga o wha angatama. E ui lea. I le ai se whailoto. I le ai aina e se tasi. E pule whaito a tasi a le atua poto. I ngangana mamana tua pea unga luenga lile. E pei o le la e whaitau minute o na awe. I le fonga ele e momo o ilo na mawhanawhana. E sea e avea le se ma avenga mamafa. Ai e te ufi a manungase o mātou lea. Sa tapu I o aina. Matui atu le muri papanga. E ula le muri la. Ma pō pia le whala. Ai momboli I le atua. O whaiva e ala I talasanga. Ia e manamalo o whaiva. Ma ia whaamala malama ina pea o wala. O le ala lea sa tupu ai lo malosi. Sa e whinau maulo I mata. Langona le vai ona o mai ma mawhatia o le tina. Sawia tu mafono. Alu ia I nā alu. Wa ino malie lo a inga I lau tautua. O oe, o le toa malosi. E whātau waa ia te oe tinga. Ai sua malie ia te oe o mea whaingata. Talo whae. O lele wa e la hoa I au mea tau. Whato a sisi I la wau lima. Ina ua e mapu atu I le tuunga mau. E ui le tinga alofa o I whato matoto. Ai sauia. Sauia o le pele fora watu I langi matafi. E au I pea I o matu whatu roa rofa tau masuasua. E talatala ma wawai I aso pito whainga tau lo waluatu. Ia whesoa soani mai le atua I le langi. Io mātou mai manatu. Tu mafono whaamoe tau loa awa ura kolensa whaamoe. O lo I le langi I lo tau. Ma o le o ngā tatonu fo I lea. O tātou whaamoe moe. Ia whaamanuia mai le atua, I la tātou mawhatanga ni aso. Ia fo'i matu mawatu I le atua o lona lava vihina. O nei maso malala, se iau o I le whaababau lava. Amen. Whawhatai o noa, tātou a inga, o tātou a no whaauro lea. Tūlai mai a. Tātou pese o alofa. Tātou whaamawai atua I tama lea. Whawhatai. Tope mai o lea I toa tere. Oi.
tula I lava le ava mal whaaloalo. Whaatalo whaatu ma whaafelo ai atu. I le suafa man malo Iesu Keriso. I le suo lau sunga le taitai o le sauninga wha le ainga. Sunga I whaafeanga inga moto whatua. O wōma au mea mamai ale tuangane I atu na mafono. Tainane o ainga na lua. Ai meise. Ai inga o sio tamaa. Ia, o te whaamalulu atu I lau sunga taitai o sauninga. Ia, tainane o le au fia o na olpor kalame. Ia, e pese I ua whaapopo ia I la umoni mau. Po umona o talosanga le uso ia shele. Sina moni mau, sina awanoa. Mo Samoa. Awale aso fia fia o le tuangane ia tu mafono. Mo le sila fia le au fia. O au, o alo ese, tii, no fua inga. O le afafine, o le tuangane, o le tina o tunu mafono, le tina ia aterina. Lona tuangane matua, Paula Valea o lo au mhawi Samoa. Ai wa ofia fia, o mawale nei ama noa, tuli mai lava. Fia maua sa mato taimi. Tau talai mal whaaloalo e whai masui o sio tamaa. Ma sio tina o lo tapuai ma mau mai Samoa. I wale lava mai o na ole malo si le tino wale tutusa fo I wa matutua le soifua. Tainane o na I o uso matuangane o taito lua ma whanau. Whai lo leo whatau waa. Whai sa mato moli maule ne yaso. Ia, o a ole to o lua o le whai whi au e whakasa. O lo o ngani lue I le maenga le ati na e le ka le sia I malua. O mai masia mafa na. Ia, e moli mawina le aso fia fia o le tuangane. O le so tu lo ia suafa matai. Pe o lona suafa lava lea sa mato masani mai ai. O leso sa mato masani ma leso I Samoa. A o mato la iti le taimi o le primary school. O na o mai ai lea I New Zealand nei. Pe o na maua I moni maua le tina. Ina ua o atu si o ne tina e a mai I New Zealand. E sel whaangalo ngata. Tele taimi ele ito e mafuta ma le tuangane ia leso. Ai, o le nei tama. Ia e peia o na sila fia foi. Peia o na maua ele tina, o le toa. O se ingoa foi lea, o se upu foi lea, e mawhai o na o whai ngoi nai. Ia le tuangane lea, ia leso. O ia o se toa, e ui a ina. Iai o na mana o ngā whapitoa, e ui ina pōla na sila, peita ai. O lona whaonga ina o ana tāleni mana ngā waa mai lea tua, o inaia tangi ai, lona loto whinau. Ma lona loto songa, ina ia whapena o na whapupula le mala malama o lea tua, I tāleni ma ngā waa wa ia whaame alo whainai nei tama. Mo le sila fia le au fia, o se tala fia le vai tau e le taimi Samoa, e iai ia le asocio tawaso, o leso, o ia lea sa ia introducinga, pe sa ia faa taitaina, le faa o ngā ina o le to'o, e tawaso Samoa. Tasi lea ngā waa o le tuangani, le lawana o atua I Samoa, o le faa iloa ina o lana tāleni, Lea lawa mato wa ai Samoa. Ia o tele tau waso o la tau whaunga ina. E le tau waso mato whai pese mato au whai pese Samoa. Te ia o toi manatua tua ngane o fasili lo iai. O lo o manatua lava. O lo o manatua lava le tau waso le ia manai. Ia le ingoa o si o tua ngane le ina o taa watu iai ma whamatala atu iai.
O le moli maua se o anti lea sa mua. I le ngaluenga a le tuangane sa fai mo lātou i nei ni usila. Ai a o atu ia leso i Samoa. E le mawhai o na to e foi mai leso i ni usila nei. E le i o atu i le whanga e asi lo mātou tamā ma lo mātou tina. O winga ia o le tama e le mawhai o no mātou whanga lo ina ua taa watu, ua sola, ina ua taa watu, ua maliu. E le ngata ina ave tupe i lo mātou tamā ma lo mātou tina. Ai o mātou maa whanau o mātou alai mo te ia i le taimi le e tau nua tuai. E tofu a mātou ma le se leni e mai ma mātou. O le o atu fo i o leso wa pola na vaai. Pa wale me mana o iai leso le mātou fali. Ia whaasino sino atu vaenga uma le mātou whanua. Whai totoa uma le mātou fali. O na tuu lava lea e alu wa ia sa o loto ai le mātou whanua. O ise ato. To e whamanatu ai leo a popo a leso. To e whamanatu ai lana walu popo. O lona o langa sa fofoa mai to tonu o Samoa, i to tono le ainga i telefi au. Petai, le lava wo ina matua lona soifua wa pola na vaai. A o la mato vaai, o lo nau lava lona loto, i fe au fa Samoa. E la ngona ai le angango le whawhetai, ma le vivi iae, vi ia le alofa o le atua, o na ua maua se so mātou tuangane ia te le lona sosia o ana mea alofa i whaalia. E awa ai fo i mātou. E awa ai fo i a mātou whanau. Ina ia mātou i lua o na mātou walolo whaatu. Whaasoa. Ini mea o mātou maua. O le vai ason tēne. A matan sauni mātou mai. Ai tala... Di tala ata ila u whanau le na loi Wellington mai mam. O le lua afe ma le lua tolun tau ne no mai e o mātua e ta whau. O le sona whaia le sponsor e o mai ai. O lo usola i titi le Samoa sa ia whaatamo e ina le whainga o pepa. Ai whai mai la o whanau. Wa text mai lo usistan lai Samoa. Ei, whaai fo le i le account a lua anko ngange kau wasu. E pe e toe whaatala sua ma whai maila o whanau oka e le mai le account a le tau wasu. Tasi lea milionea e le oiloa. Ai se a o lana ta leni. Ai se a le mea alofa ma le whamanuianga le atua wa ave le tua ngani ona olona alofa atu i ona a inga. Ia ne i umi se moli mau leso e le ngalo lo alofa ia mātou mātou mātua e uina tato nofo valavala ia ai whaalia lo alofa ia mātou whanau ma mātou pe a mātou asiasi mai nisi aso i Samoa nei i New Zealand nei mo moli mai alo whaanga ia o lo anko o papa ma mama ia o le whaiwheau ia lai mo ma le to'olua ma le whanau ia o uso ma o tua whawhine ma tai to'olua uma ma whanau i Samoa mo oe mo moli mai fo ia lo whaanga mo oe anti aterina ia maua pea lo mawhanwhana maua lo tele ia i le vala walai o le mawhitanga masi o walo ona o le malanga le maliu malioti mātou talo ia Talitonu, ia ua fia leso lunga le langi, ma pepese ma angeli, ia pe a tātou whaalongolongo, ma o tātou moli mawina, ia le ngaluenga le lei na whai e lana au nei lano nei, manuia la malanga tua ngane, ia manuia fo ilo tātou ainga, manuia la usunga taitai, ia mali whaalo au tele whawhitai. Talo falava
talofa lava, whaawhiangainga, tai le sauninga, whawhitai mo le avanoa, o le a whaapera tāni, lo o mori mau o na o lo o whinungia, tata o whia le nei awhi. Good evening, for those who don't know me. My name is Mau Leota, and I am Tun Mafono's cousin. I'm just a year younger than him. Our mothers are sisters. All of us cousins, including his siblings, call him Les, short for Kalenzo, or some of us call him Gawaso, which means blind man, but we would never say it to his face. That's what we call him when we talk about him behind his back. I first met Les in January 83, when Auntie and the family returned from the holiday in Samoa and brought him back with them, and we were told he was our cousin. He attended the same school as myself, my sister Judy, my sister Shills, and brother Tassi. That year, 1983, my late brother Peter also started school in January. And because Les had absolutely no understanding of the English language, he started in the same class as my brother Peter. Well, one day, my brother Peter came home, and he was laughing and telling us that something funny happened at school. Mum said, "What happened?" He goes, "Mum, the teacher told girls stand up." And the girls stood up, and Peter turned around, and Nessa was standing up with the girls. And he was laughing. He thought it was hilarious. So every time, like throughout the years, if we wanted to get a rise out of Les, we walk in and we go, "Stand up, girls." And he would turn around and go, "Shut up." Another memory I have of Les was when he eventually made it to Block D, Standard 4, and I was in Standard 3. It was lunchtime, and there was a bit of commotion, and we could hear like everyone clapping and hooray and going, "Go Ava, go Ava." And I thought, what is he doing now? And then I broke through the crowd, and there he was, no t-shirt on, and he was pretending he was fire dancing, but with a broomstick. And he was, I remember he had that stupid smirk on his face. So we're going, "Go Ava, go Ava." So, and as you know, that's where his name, Mr. Abalava, was born. It wasn't because of Shaggy, but he was a show-off. And then in our adult years, there's another memory that we have. He invited us cousins over for dinner. It was myself, my sister, and her husband. I think Katrina and Herman might remember this, but we all had dinner at his house in Papatoetoe and Shirley Road. And we had a nice dinner. We cleaned the kitchen, and then we went home. We got a call the next day, and he goes, "Who changed the cans in my cupboard around?" And we're going, "What? Who moved the cans in the cupboard in my pantry?" And we all looked at each other. We said, "It must be Shirley." He goes, "Do you know how many cans I had to open to get spaghetti?" He goes, "I've got fruit salad open, baked beans." We thought that was a really, yeah. He goes, "You're not allowed back in my house again." But that wasn't true. But there's so many great memories of Les, and hopefully his siblings will share some more. But though life dealt him many challenges, our brother faced each one with great courage and grace. He believed in God. Though he was blind, he saw life more clearly than anyone else, through eyes of faith, love, and gratitude. He never allowed his circumstances to define him. Instead, he inspired everyone around him, even our nieces and nephews, with his laughter, strength, and spirit. Even when cancer came knocking in 2013, I think it was, we thought he would leave us within 12 months. But by the grace of God, God gave us another 12 years with him. His body grew weak, but his heart remained strong. He continued to live with purpose, inspiring our children, encouraging us, and showing what it truly means to walk by faith and not by sight. His life was a testament to resilience, love, and the beauty of a soul that refused to give up until his dying breath. I will miss our phone calls. I will miss you taking us out for dinners when I come to New Zealand. We will treasure the memories we have of you, Les. We will miss your wannabe Elvis voice. But to be honest, you did have a nice singing voice. Moe file mutua ngane, moe se toi fio mai Yesu. Amen.
Hello everyone, my name's Kalenzo. I'm Lesl's or Kalenzo's first cousin. Firstly, I think if you want to know Lesl, you have to know how he grew up, and testament to his mother and her village of aunties who brought him up. Very loud, scary, but very loving aunties. If you know that, then you know why he was so driven. He could have let his disability control him. He could have quite easily stayed at home with his mum, and she would have loved that. But no, he didn't want to do that. He wanted to do what he could do to improve himself, go to school, get a career, earn a living, and live by himself. And he did all that. So firstly, I just want to applaud him for that achievement, because this is a guy, he could have gone anywhere. So I think he's someone you can look up to. Now the rest of the time, my memories are funny memories. I only know good memories of Les. Never a bad word, always a good laugh. When he heard that we were back in Papatoe, he would knock on my door every Friday night, and we'll sit in the back room and we'll just sit and talk a few ales, I don't know whether he came to visit or whether he knew he would always get a plate of food at the end of the night. But he came over so many times on a Friday that my kids got to grow up with him. They were never afraid to say, is that blind Lesl here again? I said, yes. They'll ask the questions, or how can you tell there's some steps, or, little things like that. But that's just kids. But that I am blessed that my kids got to know him. And that's what I'm happy about. We had lots of fun in that back room. I mean, he especially loved it. And sorry, Senior, this was before you were involved. But, especially when my two single sister-in-laws were in the same room, and we'll catch up and have a chat. He would, he would dab a little bit faster on his eyes. His smile was so much wider. His voice got deeper, But he was a very eloquent man, so he could talk his way through anything. He was a remarkable person. I mean, he was an incredible person. But it's just those times, that's what I remember, is the fun times with him. These are the things that I think he's instilled. And I think it was Mo who introduced me to a couple of, I think it was Judy's girls, during the week. And she said to me, the girls were just asking, who's the other Lesl? And I thought to myself, hey, I'm only about 4 years older than him, so I should be the Lesl. He's the second Lesl. But when I thought about it, he is the linchpin for our family, the conduit between our culture and my mum, his mum, that generation, our generation, and our kids. He's always been there, supporting, being them with them every time. So his language, English or Samoan, he was good. Very envious of that fella. But there were so many things, I was worried coming up to speak because my mind just got too busy thinking about things. And Lesl was very dear to me. We may not show it, but it was just always good things. We never had a bad word, We could never see each other for how long, and we'll catch up. It's just like it was yesterday, The only time I ever saw him angry or arrogant or anything like that was around June. I think it was around the State of Origin times, because his beloved Blues would be losing. But, he's the kind of guy that would always ring, regardless. We haven't heard from him, he'll ring. And if I wanted to know what was happening with any of our cousins or aunties or what was happening out there, I just had to ask him. He'd already know, you know. That's the kind of person he was. He was very involved with his family, his faith, his people, it's just, he was so involved with it. I will miss him. He's a laugh. I mean, wow, you know, his vocabulary is, he could just talk pants down if he wanted to. He was just that type of person. But I will miss him. He will be very, very missed in our family. And rest in love, my cousin. Thank you very much.
O te whawheloa I atu I le teitai o le sauninga ma le mamalo o le awawala o lia. Ma alo le soifua ma le langi e mama. I'll be speaking on behalf of all of his nieces and nephews because I'm his favorite out of all of us. Even though he would tell everyone that Shirley is his favorite, but you know, it's me. To us, our uncle was known as the rich man. He would always give us money, Uber Eats us McDonald's, and always helped our parents with school supplies or our uniforms. He would all know all of us by our heights and our voices, always telling us he's taller than us and that we will never be taller, but the boys are taller than him. Every time we go over to his house, he would always brag about his Google system set up around his house and his streaming platforms that aren't available in New Zealand. But when I sleep over, his Wi-Fi is really bad in the room I sleep in. Our quick visits would turn into movie marathons and then sleepovers, and then sometimes, or most of the times, we miss church. I always talk about this memory where he called a mum one time to pick up him, Waitangi, and Jason up from the pub. Oh no. Oh, do you want to still go or no? Oh. Sorry. So I went with her. When we got there, he was acting all happy and drunk. And then when he tried to open the passenger seat, he felt me there, and then he acted all sobered up and gave me $80. He said, when I get my first paycheck, it'll be my shower at his favorite cafe. And when I get my restricted, I'll be his Uber driver, but I'm still on my learners. But I did get my first paycheck, but he left too soon, so I just go by myself and eat for him. My uncle did everything through love, and would always go the extra mile for his work, our church, and family. He has taught us that there is no limitation to be great and succeed in the world. He is our example and inspiration. We are so blessed to have an uncle who treats us like his own, and we will forever cherish the moments we have spent with him. Ia manuia lo malanga, uncle. Alofa tele lava mo oi. Thank you.
Ja, o te mine o close friends, nele wa le no mona o eva vai pesele mon ma si o tatu fa longo I mori mau close friends o ila tau sa la tau fa so soina pe foi mati apolo I o lalo friends yeah close friends yo mai lo e fai le si vai no tala o umotala le lei ia mai lo fetu tara le ana tatu whanongorongo ma tatu fia ai ma I le celebration o le soifua o le uso ka ua huile tatu te ilua ia vai nga kolensu
ia fata ia maungaon pa ia fata faal man sa sul sungal tai so ninga faftai mo lava noa ta nane foi pa ia maulunga lo so ngai fa fe ngai ngala to fa le tu e fata fa tau langa fia fa pe foi tu mali pa le polo to fia ai mai se lava le pa ia o ai ngana lua ai nga fa vau fa no loi fonga malingi a wale bala pa ia a wale bala au pa ia le tua tu lo na pa ia mona mamanu I le uso ya ava ai fanga fu elo tu langa mangalo so le o tu la yatu I le ava mal fa lo e fai masoi il tuo fine a te raise o maua o wole leia ava I to tonu o le mafutanga o le matanga luenga le soifua malolo ina health and disability sector New Zealand ai tulo lava o sunga tai a la o ngale ngana lata mai e fa fengo fia il tanto aso I'm standing here with my sister Therese where my name is Winston Timaloa. We've known Ava since 2000 and Therese and I worked in the Health Funding Authority, which is now the Ministry of Health and Health New Zealand, through the many restructures of the New Zealand health sector. But we worked in the area of disability support services. And during that time, there was a really small window of opportunity where new money was coming into the sector and we were trying to set up Pacific disability support services. But Therese, she'll say that story, said, Winnie, I know this guy, I saw him on social media. His name is Abba. But let's go meet him at a cafe in Avondale. So she arranged a meeting, we went and met with Abba, and the whole idea was to try and get Abba to be on board with this new movement, setting up what we call now the Pious Trust, called the Pacific Island Advocacy Support Services, that was set up back in December 2001. That was a coffee conversation, but when we met Abba was probably going, who the heck are these two geeks and strangers trying to woo me into disability support services? That's our starting conversation with Abba. But he trusted us. Fast forward 25, 26 years. You can talk a lot about this guy. He's left a legacy behind in the sector. I've always referred to me as Leilua. Whaaloalo I tangata lea. Lo le vāo matai. I always referred to him as either whaamoe tauloa or tunu mafono. What I really liked about Ava He could weave, and I think his first consultancy company was called La Langa Consulting. And he used the word weaving. He goes, Leilua, I like that word, Langa, you weave the culture. And the fact that we live in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and we bring our skill sets, our values, e whaatino, e ngā ruenga. If you have a chance and you have time, look online for dauntlessplu.co.nz. That's Ava's consultancy company with Therese. And that will explain the sort of work, the magnitude, the breadth and the depth of the type of work that Ava has been involved in since he started on his disability journey. He is a very, very strategic person. One thing for Lele we really value is this guy epitomizes the word Saili Malo. O le upu Saili Malo ya Ava. He takes no for, doesn't take no as an answer. And I can't help but think about le afiong paia le tua tusi o Yosua mata mua for ibuiba. Be bold and courageous. That was Ava. I mea umai whaatino. E leo nā tutonu la inga o tutonu la matanga luenga leo o whailoa tutonu ngā matanga luenga so for malolo in the disability sector. This guy was bold and courageous that he would take on funders. He would go as far up as talking to cabinet ministers about the right, advocating for Pasifika disability. Pasifika rights in that whole sector. Very, very bold, but strategic. He knew the language to speak in those sectors. That's how much he's grown. Let's go ngake sa whailonga me universike. An be malia ya Ava. We employed, we contracted him, we helped him set up an organisation called PIAS that moved through. And in the last 4 years, he turned around and started to employ us. Ava's so smart that he didn't need to be that intelligent. He just said, okay, I know the narrative, and if you get a chance, read his Tangata Saili Malo framework narrative. It's about the will and aspirations of people with disability, their independence, their rights. When you are to it's almost like counting days. To try and frame someone with a disability or a physical impairment. He was blind. It's like counting days. I'm just here to count days. So we have to look at our narrative. Ava wanted to change that. Ava challenged the system around actually you need to do better for our people. So you've heard the moli maus of his family. I listened to it. He's left a legacy because through what he did, he was able to bring his family forward in the way he resourced, he loved, he invested, and he poured into his extended family. Not just the senior, but to his wider extended family. Lesi foi meu te fifia ya Ava. Ole mi mika ya langa au kiriki leo sa taua. Laula au mai wharani au whaku iei. Uzo. Ole au ngā ia ngare bebesia au kamisa. E o mā koe koe bebesia le au ia ka ngakana mahu e whamai se leilua. Au ke whape ngā mako au. And he invested in them. He also supported them, sponsored them, their fundraisers and all that. That was his heart. Whether it be in Kirikiki or the rugby circles for the Satawa village, that was Ava. He would share that. Early on, we would have dinners, lots of dinners. So outside of work, we were very close friends. We would have dinners together, catch up with a group called the Old Hags. Therese, Maisi Suya, Louisa Ryan, and Lita Foliaki. That's how far back we go. So we would catch up for dinner. He was always our special guest because he was the entertainer. Our conversations over dinner, over wine. But one thing I really like about this guy, Ava, someone said, Ava Lava. Man, this guy thought he was a Casanova. How do you know that, man? Because I can sense it. Yeah, to Lola Lava Senior, there are two in the actual audiences that I know, but no names mentioned. Ele ia ni ngoa ngal fai lo mai ava lo ke whakadikali al kei me mo eris kingele makolo. Yeah, that's Ava. He would joke around these sort of things, and I just loved his humour. And one beautiful thing about Ava, he never let his disability restrict him from what he did. In fact, he was more able than able-bodied people. If you knew Ava, there was nothing that challenged him. He was that confident in his ability to break new ground and also to break the ceilings. He was very aspirational, not for him, but he wanted to break new ground. He was the vanguard. He would go in front and break new ground for his community, whether it be his family, his church community, the disability community. That was Ava. Challenged the status quo of Kongo society. My last memory and professional relationship with Ava was back in 2022-23 when he asked us to help out with his Tangata Saili Mālo project, just help with consultation, help to try and get stakeholders together to really work together this collaboration around Tangata Saili Mālo. And he was awesome, just his leadership. This guy sat on Komiti Whaafoe boards, very, very high-powered boards where he would be speaking to people on issues to do with his community. And also, I think at one time he was challenging to go into the local board, Otara Papatoe. So he was almost like a politician too. He advocated, he lobbied, but he sat on a number of boards, the disability advisory committees of the Health New Zealand, and many other. But all I can say in terms of his character, extremely strategic, very smart with narrative, always forward thinking, or the tō whā. Tau tia tō whā no nofo ma Ava, e ale vava ai I the siu manga o mea na fo I mai ai, me sa iai. Mea lo iai taimi nei, po whea ngā ia tuaile o le soifuanga. Ma le vai tau, ma le siu manga o le soifuanga. He was that smart. We would sit and listen. So I know Therese will talk about her relation because this is Ava's project manager. Ava would tell Therese, go do the research, and Therese would do it. And that's the flip. Therese got Ava into this job, into this sector. 25 years later, the guy knows things just like that. Early on this year, when I heard that he fought hard, I reached out. Typical Ava, I call, I text, I call, I text. One time he tali telefoni for me, leilua, alai no lava, I'm with God, he's helping me out. I wanted to do a pastoral visit. I just wanted to see him, sit with him, talk. But he said, don't worry about it, also, I'm fine. Yeah, so you reach out, but that's his heart. He just didn't want to trouble people. Lanaia journey. I got to meet, I think, Senior once or twice. Thank you for your love on the brother. He is a very funny, I still remember when I go places I don't have to ask much with Ava. All I had to do was, Ava, you want to go somewhere? Here's my shoulder. Which shoulder, left or right? Just a guide. But once Ava knew the steps where he went, didn't need a guide. Mate, tau pe a story lang cousin now. When you move his things around in his kapuki, he gets whali'i. He's already worked out a system, but that was Ava. Although he couldn't see, but he was always thinking ahead, what do I need to know on how I can get around and be independent. The first word that comes to him was kalo whai. He didn't want pity. Didn't like pity. When people go, kalo whai le mai, kalo whai le go waso. Ava didn't like that. You know, he was, like I said, more able than most able people. Saidi malo, or fi nau mo melele. Yes, to is also atu na, uso, to lobo pa ia mo mamanu. Tafi malalo whainga malanga. I know God has a room for you, already prepared in his mansion. You've run your race well also. No doubt, we're going to miss you. Miss your humour. miss your strategic foresight, and even times miss you telling us off for not getting it. We love the way you spoke to us and love how you respected the vow. So I really enjoyed our conversations. Tātala no whamatai. Lo le ba, lo foi whaaloalo, lo foi tausi nu, tausi whaiwhao me ka le sia. It all came in our conversations. You're one of a kind. You'll be missed also. But go well. Enjoy your promotion. Ila ainga, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? But grieve. Grieve with the eternal hope that one day, because this is not our home. That's my final words for you guys. Enjoy this, yes, double-edged sword, but grieve with the eternal hope that you will meet your loved one again. Ya auke loa, ya tua miu le le asinia. Ai sea o wili uma ava anga me langa benke kiani asinia. Au ko ye lenga sa o mai se o le le ya la ya. Anga le le asinia. Ya faftai mo le avanoa.
Alofa, lava everyone. As Winston Winifareti has said, I'm Tere Siawea, known as Therese, and it is my privilege to stand in front of you because we shared the same inspirational, remarkable man in our lives. But I know Ava would be saying today, this is not all about I. This is not about me.
Speak to the mic.
Because nothing happens in my world, he would have said, without we. We are always a collective, we are always family, and we work together. I was like, yes, sister, Winifareti referred to me as, like an elder sister to these guys. I knew I was elevated to auntie when he stopped saying when I walked into the room, "My, you're looking lovely today, Therese." But that was a stock line that he used, and I think we all remember that. Yes, the journey started 25 years ago, this phase of his journey, and Ava has had so many legs to his journey. But he has embraced the challenge inherent in each of those journeys. So in the journey he began that Winston has outlined, yes, we saw him on social media, on Tangata Pacifica actually. We'd assembled a group of Pacific disabled people together to join us in this new innovative partnership in the Ministry of Health and the Health Funding Authority. And when we saw Ava on TV, we thought that's what we need. We need somebody cocky and cheeky like that, because we are not going to break through the way our system should work for our Pacific community without somebody who's prepared to stand up and fight for it. So yes, Ava hung off the coattails sometimes in those early years, but he was such a quick learner. We call him funny and charismatic and a bit of an entertainer, but astute, learning, and fast-tracking his learning. And we'll hear today and tomorrow the stories of the achievement that he led or was involved in. But as I said, he would never say he did it on his own. In the part of the journey that I'll now just quickly talk to, it's the one that I was dragged out of retirement from by Ava 5 years ago. He said, I think we need you. And by we, he meant him and Tofa Mamau, the group of disabled people that he was leading a bold new vision for. He wasn't satisfied, you see. Over the decades, he had tried to work with the mainstream, but the mainstream system in Aotearoa hadn't caught up with the fact that our community had specific needs.
It was a Palangi system built around how Palangi disabled people supported each other. It did not support the way we collectively work, the way we collectively live and enjoy each other, and it did not adequately support the value of service that we have to support each other. So he did his best. He pulled out his full repertoire of charisma to get people on board, but he knew the system fundamentally had to change. And that's what happened 5 years ago. He, with Tofa Mamau Collective and as part of the Tangaroa Saili Malo Collective, began this next step of the journey that he was determined and committed to complete, and that is to influence and change the mainstream system so that it understood the needs of our tangata Saili Malo and our Pacific community, and it built that system around our needs, because we are not part of the side of mainstream, we are the mainstream of Aotearoa, and he recognised that. And what he did was bring to bear all those qualities we've heard about, his inspirational qualities. His cockiness became a confidence with charm, and we've all been subject at different times to that charm. His intelligence and his masterful strategy, mastery as a strategist, was brought to bear fully. He brought supporters alongside at every level, politicians, policy makers, the Pacific community, the wider Palangi community, because we don't stand as separate, we stand as part. And he forged this bold new vision. And it was bold. When he brought me on board, it was like, we've got this little project. He didn't tell me it's a little project with very big ambition. But he had the courage, he had the steadfastness, the determination to lead people forward to realise that vision. And today, after 4 years of a project that he and Tofa Mamau and the Tangaroa Saili Malo Collective led, the result is an important body of knowledge that now has the ability to influence the mainstream systems of Aotearoa. But as importantly, he also emboldened a leadership of Pacific disabled people, of tangata Saili Malo, together with their families and supporters, no longer separate, to take the vision forward after he left. And it is that legacy that I wanted to talk to today, to thank all of you, his family and his friends, his mother, the people we have heard from today, and Senior, because you shared him with us, the rest of us, and we thank you.
Malo sui fu male langi mama tai lava rene avanoa lo ngo poto papali. I've gathered up here with a few of our friends who've been involved with Ava's political side, his involvement, especially in his communities, the beloved community of Otara. I'm so glad I've got the brother Ifu also up here, because together, both of them, they were sat on the Otara Community Board before the induction or the beginning or the establishment of the Otara Papatoi local board. I think it was in 2011 or 2012. At which time Ava and myself were on that board. We both represented Otara. However, he was representative of the Labour Party and I was representative of the Independent Party. In saying that, our political conversations, debates and discussions were always about agreeing to disagree. However, he always kind of wanted to get the last word in, and so out of respect for him, I would let him normally get away with it. But it's funny, Ava, that I'm standing here speaking and you're not. I wonder who's got the last word now, but anyway. I really wanted to say that I'm here to speak as a dear friend. Our friendship was born out of our involvement in the community of Otara, and also when we realised that we were actually connected by family. And so his Ainga, Loese family is also my family, so that connection was quite, an encouragement that we could, work together and knowing that we were family even though we might not agree on a lot of stuff. Our friendship also extended to our involvement with the Otara Community Law Centre. Yes, heavily involved with governorship and the many trust boards, as was mentioned by the previous speakers. And so I guess, we could have, when we have finished our time on the local board as well as the community centre, have parted our different ways, but we stayed connected. We had Ifu, who now lives in Melbourne. When each time he would come over, we would gather together, meet together. Then we invited his other friend, Jerome, to join the Three Musketeers at the local cafe, Angels restaurant in Paptoetoe. And so those were frequent meetings and gatherings over a coffee or breakfasts. And so my friendship, I guess, really was more about the things that he would share with me, whether it be political, or family, or community. But I guess some of the things that would really stand out for me was what was mentioned earlier, his tremendous strategic mind and how he would think. And definitely he would not allow anybody to consider that his impairment was at a disadvantage. In fact, for him it was a strength. And I found that simply inspirational. And I guess that's what really drove me to really admire this man. I remember one of our rare debates, political debates, and he didn't really like political conversations, but on this rare occasion I remember it was about taxes on the cow farts, and I was saying to him, what a ridiculous, stupid idea to have, and he was arguing for it and I was arguing against it. And then this was at Angels Cafe, and we were sitting there, and I said, Ava, I'm going to shelf this meal, because that steak that you're eating, that steak is only $12. If there was tax on the farts, it would probably be about $40. So that's why I'm shouting. And he would just laugh, and we'd just let that ride. And then he loved talking about rugby. And I managed to influence or get him to sponsor our local rugby club in East Tamaki. So he sponsored the Dauntless Blue, sponsored the East Tamaki Premier Rugby team, or their playing kit. And anyway, as we were having conversations about this sponsorship, he would ask me, "Oh, did you play rugby at all?" And I said, "Of course, man, I was a gun." And then he would say, "Oh, what position did you play?" And I says, "Oh, I played everywhere." And he said, "Yeah, left, right, centre." And then, so, you know, we kind of like, this is how we kind of really exchange our banter. And I said, "Yeah, I know what position you played when you were playing." And he said, "What?" "Blindside flanker." This guy's love for his community was outdid only for his unconditional love for his family. He really loved his family. And not once that we would have these conversations and get-togethers at the cafe that he would not talk about his family. He would not talk about his mother. He would not talk about senior. Every time. And so while we had much doings, much work done in the community together, he was always close to his family. So, Ava, Mwelo Malanga, we'll miss you, brother. You're a dear good friend. Whaftai lava.
A fia o paia kama ainga marako kama, pule ma kumua ma pule, I ku au ma arakawa, ainga markai malva fonki. E muaga mori aku whaftai, le atua manei asa manu ia maua. Ma mori at foi whaftai tina nei atonu whono, ma whaitua a sinia mori avangoa mori atu sina mori maupupu. Maruru atu le kai, a inga mawora o mori mau e whaaperikaangia. Kei o le lava upu e kari ai le au mano, le a inga sātu mafono, le a inga marosi. My name's Efu, and I've known Ava for about 15 plus years, not long as most of you's here. I now reside in Melbourne. And I met Ava by accident. So whether it was his divine intervention to meet, but I only met him at they've talked about the selection process at the Otara local board. So Ava, I don't know how he found out there was a selection for the Labour Party, but he turned up there. He managed to get selected as a candidate for the Otara local board. And he was standing around, needed a lift home. So I was the lift home. So that's how we met. And then after that meeting, he got elected that year. Again, needed a lift home. So I took him home and I said to him, the local board is now the blind leading the blind. So, but that was our relationship. So you've heard all the eulogies and the tributes to Ava regarding his intelligence, his integrity, his charisma, and all of that stuff, all positive stuff, which are true. But to me, he was an arsehole. Okay? To me, complained about stuff, as Papa Ali said, that he didn't like debating, didn't like losing debate. Okay, did not like losing. And you knew you'd win a debate when he would start saying, la la la, like that. He has this habit of going la just to finish off, because he knows he's losing the debate. Papa Ali's talked about the tax on the fart tax. Me and my good mates had a pretty rigid debate during COVID. He was pro-vaccine and I was pro-choice. So you can imagine there were various people that lost friendships during that period. It was an awful period. And during that period, we had some really bad discussions. but we stayed true to our friendship. And this was me from Australia and him, because he would ring me and I would ring him back, and then we're going, did you get your KFC with your vaccine? So it was that sort of stuff that I would tease him about. But we stayed true. Unfortunately, he didn't unfriend me, maybe because he didn't know how to push the right button. But that was our relationship, is that although we would have disagreements, we stuck true to our friendship. And I'm grateful for Ava for that friendship. You've heard about him being that community leader. A lot of people don't know that Ava was instrumental in the implementation of the Ministry of Disabilities now here in government. And I sort of hate the Labour Party for that, not recognising him for it. He was instrumental in getting that ministry set up. So you have the Ministry of Pacific Island Affairs, and now you have the Ministry of Disabilities. This guy here was the driving force around behind that. And he did not get the recognition. And, you know, I'm a former Labour Party, still support Labour, but during that period, you know, it's whether they talk about nepotism or not, but this clever man should have been given a seat at that table on the board, because it was his work and others that drove that ministry that you now have here in New Zealand government. And that's one of the sad things about his drive, that he didn't get the recognition there. You've heard about Ava being a bit of a ladies' man and so forth. You know, you thought he was Casanova. You just imagine if he could see. Jeez. And I think that was his blessing. Yeah. So every time we would go out, so I became a chauffeur for all those years. And that's, you know, my left shoulder has now got some weight off it. But we would go out and we would meet people. He said, oh, I've got to go meet so-and-so. And there's normally a female that we're meeting, and normally for the first time. And he'd introduce me, and then she would leave. And then Ava would go to me, so what's she like? I said, what do you mean she's like? Is she pretty? She's got a big bum? And I was going, oh. So that was him. And as I said, just imagine if he could see. He would have been a player. But that was, he would always ask about that stuff. And look, members, the female women that are in Parliament now and councillors didn't miss out on his questions. But this is before your time, Senior. So, so before your time, you're all right. So I met one of his girlfriends earlier on, and I said, oh, geez, she's not bad. So when he talks about, you know, these women that after him, you know, he is telling the truth there. I don't know about the singing. I think your cousins or your nieces are lying, because you could not sing. They're either tone deaf. He loved Elvis, but it got to the second verse and I said, yeah, so it's just one of those things with Ava. And yeah, we had that banter on who would get the last laugh and so forth, who would get the last word. So probably a couple of months ago, 3 months ago, we caught up. And I saw Ava then, and you know, I didn't think he had time long to go, but I managed to convince him to put on an event at his place, because he kept going, oh, I don't want to hear anything in my man cave. And I keep saying, bro, it's only a garage, it's not a man cave. So it's managed to convince him to finally say yes. Let's have a gathering for his birthday at his man cave. And I said I would come back. And I didn't, and unfortunately I didn't. So I know he was upset. I rang him to again wish him a happy birthday, but it was sort of short and sweet, so I knew he was not happy that I didn't turn up, but unfortunately I couldn't make it. But it was, I did get the last word, sort of, but I'm also grateful that I got to speak to Ava. On the day that he passed, you know, something just made me think, no, I better ring my brother, because, you know, we sort of haven't had a good conversation since the birthday. So I rang him on the morning, Monday morning, and You know, I was spilling my guts. I'm telling him how much I loved him and I appreciated him and his friendship. And he's just going, yeah, whatever. So that was him. But I'm so blessed that I got to hear his voice, even though it was gurgling. And then not long after that, he passed. So, Tūnga Whono, you've been an awesome friend to me. Gonna miss you. Because, yeah, you are intelligent, but I know I've won quite a few arguments with you, and we're going to miss you. And, you know, people in the disability sector are going to miss him a lot because that was his strive for the community. And when he talks about there's only one other greater love that he had apart from the community, and that was the love for his mum and his family. Because every time we'd go out, it would never, he would never forget, hey, I've got to take him to the shop to get some groceries for his mum. And I knew his PIN number for his card off by heart, 8560, still remember. So he'd give me his card and I'd get his groceries and, you know, get him his cash. And now and then I'd tease him, he'd go, don't get a statement. I said, I didn't, and I'd get the statement. Suddenly he got $100 left. But, yeah, so that's it from me. Thank you for the time. Thank you for having me. Ava, e manuela mananga.
O te whaatalo whātupa ia ma mamalu au whia, sunga whawhia ngainga, ma le au whainga ruenga le atua, le kalesia, ai mai se lava le ainga, a tunu mafono, ma wō, a tunu mafono. Greetings in the name of our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ. My name is Lotu Fuli and I'm one of the current Manukau Ward councillors, and I just wanted to speak very briefly on my mafutanga with our brother Tunu Mafono. I first met Tunu Mafono years ago in school when we were just kids running around in Otara. And I didn't know then that years later we would cross paths again as members of the Labour Party during my first campaign when I first started in local government in 2013. And Tunu Mafono was running alongside us here in the Manukau Ward. And I've been listening to everything that everyone's been saying about how Ava has really changed lives and touched lives in the disability community. But people may not realise that he also was really influential in local government for us in Auckland. When Tunu Mafono was on the local board, you might remember that we used to, well, we still have, but there was a time when we had many deaths in the Pacific community because people weren't wearing their life jackets. Tunu Mafono really took that on board, and he advocated for a bylaw change. To do that, he had to go to 21 local boards across the city. So from all the way out south in Franklin, all the way out as north as you can get to Rodney, Hibiscus Coast, and every local board in Auckland, Tunu Mafono went and visited them and spoke to them and advocated and lobbied. And the changes we have now, the laws, bylaws we have now around the compulsory wearing of life jackets, that's because of the advocacy of Tunu Mafono. And so these are the shoulders that I stand on as a current elected member of our local board. And I wanted to just mention that as one of the many things and the many ways that Tunu Mafono has impacted our lives. He's a shining example of how God can use one person, can use one life to really make an impact and really change our lives for the better. And like our Tina said earlier on, he shows us how you can lead in faith and walk in faith and not by just pure sight. And so we will miss him very much, but his legacy and his work and his impact will live on long after many of us are gone, probably. So we'll miss you very much, Ava, Emanuela Malanga, and God bless us all. Kia ora. Thank you.
Ia whatalo whatu sungu whawhinga e me se fwoi te maa tina ne kare sia whataila wa mondia wanoa o mau e face tauti nonga o a fo le uso o le whionga fo i tunu mofono whamoe tauloa ava whamoe talofa. My name is Whamoe Tauloa Jerome Mika. I am not related to Ava, only through Lelepa, through my Whamoe Tauloa Whastalo. But I met Ava through the Labour Party when I was the chairperson and just the younger brother of Efo Koka. I wanted to share because I know the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party will attend tomorrow, Carmel Sepuloni, but today was just to give a mulimau on behalf of our relationship. But also one of the things that I've always seen from Ava, Tunu Mofono has always been an orator within the Labour Party. O te mantua, Lisio Taimi, Bea Whainei La, Silatala Ma'aupito, William Seal, who unfortunately is in Samoa. But they would again have some banter and debates about who was the best orator. I also remember the wedding for Carmel Sepuloni and Darren in Fiji with Efo, and Ava spoke on behalf of us. And just the words that he had, he was so eloquent, he was so respectful. But also one of the things for Ava was he was very loyal to principles of social justice. He didn't only advocate for disability and for Otara, he advocated for the community. One of the things I also remember was he did a lot of paying for rugby clubs. One time he was doing one of his village rugby clubs. But that was Ava. He wouldn't say much, but he would do a lot. And when he did say something, you had to kind of listen. Our last breakfast a few months ago with Papali'i and Efo, you could see he was getting really weak. And we were debating because I wanted to do a roasted wa, or the Tongan way where I've seen friends. But he didn't want his house to get dirty. So he wanted the potluck dinner, and I kept saying, I can do the lamb and the pig, and I was saying to Efo Pali'i, we should do something for his birthday. But he's so clean, he's a perfectionist, he doesn't like any other dirt in his house. So when we did attend his birthday, one of the things he did say, even though you can see he was weak, he was losing a lot of weight, he said that he was a blessed man and he was a lucky man. And I will always remember the scriptures around, I will bless the Lord at all times, and his praises will continually be on his lips. Even though Ava was really in pain, he always hosted, even with senior and the family, he hosted us, Vui. A whole bunch of people turned up, even some of Vakatautua, MPP, Carmel and others. He would not shy away from hosting and being sort of whaaloalo, being hospitable, but also just serving. O tangata tautua o tangata alofa. And that is something we will always remember. He will be judged by his fruits. And his fruits has shown, well with a lot of our community. And he's done more than most people who can see. But Ava will be remembered as an advocate, as an orator, but also a loving man for our community. Whaftai lava mundia vanua, sof-pelo Yesu, amen.
Ia le lava i le avanoa o wō lata ia mauoleanga. Ai soro mai, e wale musu fu e sau na wō whai atu o le wōleanga, po le wō lata. Ia mai wā, tele mea mana nei o le hamui moe. Wā tele mori mau, oka se matango fie. Ia e whaasolo mai o le lava ili taitai. E whitau i o le fuafua atu lava e le taitai i le tūlanga rei e tātou kuka. Au te iloalo o Radio Kuka, Uma Royal Family Service. Ia e whaasolo mai mo ni mau.
Tai mole no tai tolo o finga no pa ia de tua e kale sia mo ai no lua se fai atu ma mo mau sia usolea rolling over Jason and this is Waitangi o ma uo o le mako mawhakanga ma siuso lea o leso. O mako o le Connect Group a le rok. We're called the Free Angelus. A whaingi mawhakanga a mako ko kolu, we talk about church and about families. Is that it? He was a different kind of friend. I didn't have many friends. One standing here with me, and that one there. But he was a real good friend. He knew how to be a friend. He would listen to you, give you good advice, and always be there and have your back. Our Connect group was always a Connect group of, it wasn't always serious. It was about talking about friends, families, but not on a level that, like he has with few work colleagues. He was always down to earth when we were talking. When I met this guy and this guy here in Papatoetoe, when my family joined Papatoetoe Church, we knew no one. We had just come from Ponsonby, and these guys had just come from St. Paul's. But man, when I met these guys, we hit it off like that. He's loyal, real loyal friend. My father loved them, loved these guys. Every time I'd come from Australia, and I get here, le misia le vili mai for mai. Let's go. Me and Waitangi will come get you. No, and when they showed up in my house, my dad just goes, "Kalo whai au ko ki ngā inga fua." Because that's the kind of friend he was. And when he came, he never came empty-handed. E o foi langa laku i o Australia when he came with senior them, always brought stuff for the kids. Thank you, Senior. He loved you. There was a time that me and Waikangi, we were having a few drinks at my parents' house. But we were trying to think, how are we going to get this bottle of Smirnoff into the room so we can go past Dad, because my dad was sitting up the front. And then so we gave this bag to Leso. And, hey, can you take that bag? He goes, yeah. But I'm sure he knew. And then as he walked, he let the bottle fall out. And my dad goes, oh, ui, ka whiola ia o lua. No le a lofa. No ko ngofo wha. A mai e sikama o Leso le ngā whangu. And he just laughed. And was so whalalo and whakulolo in front of everyone for, you know, oh, mani e kupai. That's his level of whalalo would bring the okingianga right down. And then all of a sudden my dad goes, yeah, o akuloa, it's okay. That's the amount of respect people had for him. He could like change every man. When I talked to him last, I was on a Kilifongi with Waitangia Whaiaku. Can you go in? Can I see him? And when he saw me on a Kilifongi, I said, hey, Yos, and he goes, Jay, I'm tired now. I want to rest. I said, okay, Yos, you rest. You get some rest. And I'm Jay, I'm tired, I want to rest, but I can still hear your voice. You rest now also. We'll catch up later. Thank you for all that you've done. God bless.
Kia ora tātou, mua whātaro whāturi. Sorry, wrong building. Whātaro whāturi, the whapatiwhanga nei pōr, tu meisere, usung whawhia ngai, mare, whawhagarenga, meis fwere, I kāli sia marosi, papatoi. I'm just going to try and keep it simple. It's a family show, no R18 stories. They might come out tomorrow night, but I think ore mawhakau mako, ma kokokoro. Ngā makanga, ma kokokoro ringa whaianga sā. Hei kei mu morenga mako, hei kei mu morenga ingi whaianga sā. A resi wa senga. Ya o mea ngā whai rama ko ma sen koko. Lewa o risi ringa whaanga o ka waso, nei rira I kua o sākangi. Ya wa o le mahauru. An mawhakanga mako kokoro, ranga le o mako makua. I le winga le whakuanga ni le lotu nei. Ao reso. O le mo ia whire mu. Hai ora ka mi fia I o kingi ma o kingi le ka waso ma o dai fa nga la au ko le mo sabat o iske mi la ve ko ma u fa sa we ma u but he's the big brother everyone would like to have. He's the big brother that, yes, he was strategic. He thought ahead of himself. If it was someone that couldn't see, he had vision that everyone didn't see either. Sometimes our vision will be blurred during the happy hour too. But in regards to his New Zealand Order of Merit, when he gained his Order of Merit, he asked me if he could put a nomination in for a certain person, my brother's dad. My father. And he said, I'd like to put a nomination through for your dad. And I said, oh, nah, you're asking the wrong person. And so he talked me into it. And happy to say that Dad was the first Whaiwhi Aure Kāri Samoa that gained the Order of Merit because of this guy here, his vision. I don't know how much he paid the old man to accept the nomination, but at the same time, there's not too many whaiwhiaus that have gained that, and it's because of this guy here. We attended his ceremony when he was sworn in as the Otara Community Board Chairman many years ago. He attended a lot of birthdays. He attended my 20 and 30-year work anniversary. He was always there. He was always present. And so I suppose for us is that we're the other side of his work, where we would end up on a Friday night having a few quiets with him on a happy hour and talk about family. Therefore, yes, you had arguments about political stuff and work. We had arguments about church. And he was so wise enough that he'll put us in our place, because we always argued about money, we always argued about the amount of money we've been given to the church. But he was always wise enough to tell us it's not about that, it's about the heart. And I think we were 2 boxes down by that time. So we understood. But at the same time, he probably should have gone to Piula instead. And I think we would have followed too, but I think our applications would have been declined based on our rap sheets. But that's all. We got a malanga au e uso. Kei ramaro o sai. O rea la pa monma isi pese. A se whamare mori ka pe mumori a se rana. Sorry, rain check on that. We'll do the best tomorrow night after.
Ya ro te vai atu le mana o mawhapitoa nei o le anti ma le anko mai Amerika. Ya a whai oi nei, ya o le amanoa nei su me whaise moni mau. O le tusi mai I anti ma le anko o Avaula mai Amerika. Ta I tasi minute e whai eise moni mau. Ya. Have another Nate.
Sua whamanmano Jesu Christo. Ne li mal faula. Te whaatalo whatua le paia ma le malu. O mawhai. O nā whanga poto mai. E moli mawina le aso fia. O Avaula. Tunu mafono. Whaamo e tauloa. E momono o whaatalo watu le paia ma le malu. Mai lava le sunga taitai. Le au whainga luenga pa iha le atua ma o tau wharatua. Mai lawa I mamu te tele, sa ia pa ia ma maiti. O tau pa ia ma o tau mamalo, o le ale o ia isa wha matalanga. Nunu watu ia whaatini tau sala. I le au whale upolo lato matawhai o I lea. Ne se tala, o na whaitawina leo le nei tangata. Ai o te whaafitai tele mo le manoa whaauro o mawhai o na toituina mai. Ia mo I mātou e whai lava sina mamau pe se fururua se furutoro I tūla. Na tūli mai e lasu fia o Avaula. Whaafitai le mo le mau a loso matua I asi e moni mwha maoni. O ia lea sa whea ngai maua ula ina ua. Pawai ese mai si untina ina o toi fo I mai a te wina i New Zealand. Paule me sa o matauina, o te wala au na avatu walu o wala au luntina ho Colenso. I ono o wala au fo i lea e whamelo tama le ai. Se ilunga watu e sawa te lina watu ato yola Colenso. O le ingo le la wala au le ai, le la wala au lo watali o walu. E le ingo lon tama. Au le ingoa wa awe le toi ina faa o ngai. O awa ula. O nā alua ilo le mafutanga i ono o saule ni New Zealand. Tai mina po a se fulu ono se fufito o tausanga. O na ilo le taimi wa te i wa tutu mai se uta maamalo nā tali. O mana alto ina e mai a valu i nei. E su e sono no mana i manuia. A o nofo a unga nai papa toi toi. I nei. Na o mata wina le malinga lo i mata si o tama. Sa vali mai fafo manu nā tali. I ono o tangi atua i le ma, no fesiri po le ale me o tupu. A o le tala si o tama. O valu le la atua i ave si un tina. E su e lono no mana i New Zealand nei. Ona sa vali mea leo so ina ma ule limo no nā tali. Ai lima whauna ngalo i ati aulan tala lea. Malu. Pe ave o ilo tina e te toi loa mai lava lo a ingal nei. Iona sa vali e lea tangi e to ina ma ta e tailo nā tali. E anga i taimire le mamau e se whalo a te rina mai le whale sa mata no fuai. Pe iau papa toi lava. O toi upolo tamano o whaalongo o whai awalo. E manuia lo o langa. E manuia fo ilo mutu. E peira e te uloto pia ia tea. Ona po o toi fo i Samoa. Po o toi Sauai. I Amerika. Ai o whaalongo mai le ave ato tala. Ile le leo le anga nua walo. No mafau ele fa manu yanga si uta man fa iai. Alu. E manu ia lo mutu, se tulo. E ua mali li utua. Ua mau mawai. Ua mau mawai. A upenga o le taua. E vili atua matala noa. Te lelo langa walu le maasani e ia. Ono o maa vala. Ai o le taimi na o a vea mamatai. E o le taimi le a umani lato me ine o na vili atu lea. O na vili atu lea pe e amu atu e tea. Wa sio watu o tala atu ngafa matu ainga. E alua na alua le tame sa vai. Su ele mea sa wile ingole o awaula. Ia na alua tu fo ile vile matu fai mai. O eilo ele o winga lo wingoa. Fai atu walu le ai te lilo ea. Ia na tala mai fo ile. O ma fau e se uta maa. Ni mea alofa le atua. Tali tonu i whamanu yanga mātua i whanau. Sa ole anoa i ai, tala to ina e manu i alo ngutu balu. A lewa a vea matangata, ta ua le anga nuu. Ina ua matai mai matu mai. O se toa, i te tonu a inga na lua. A vile atu matala no te irole lele a lofa whamanu e valu i siontina. Ai mai se fe ola tautua i tono lotu. Ola na tala lava lea. A o foi la ni fai me matou ainga. Ele fa te mutemu al tango valu. Se tulo wa o ta wa valu o no le ingua le na o lo mai ai o ia a o le titi. Valu o le o ta te i folo ai a o mai lo tua. Ai ui lava i lea. Nā uro whiro ai malo tamā. E se le whaingata. Mea ve se ngā oire nā aso. Tangi to ina. Ma tai lo lima. O vai atu le lua sa vavali pe o sa ngata wanga leanga ina. Au le vai ata atou e pū mo. Au le vai ata ma. E se mau. Tingala ma le alofa. Au atu lava. Ai ave le tama. Ave i fea. Ave lon tina. E manuia e luna olanga. Lea ua fua mai. Whawhetai asi. E sao le si o si ina papalo ina mai. Valo ina wabe e se mai lima wa te oina. Rā iti fo i mātou i lea taimi. Ai o te whawhetai le tautua a valo. E pewa a vea luna i loa o le anganu. Ma mewa vili atu ai ma challenge up. Tatu valo. Nai mana ia. Nai wake challenging a mai au mea le anganu. O tau le nā ua. Wa iei le tu le nā. Ai ai taimi e whai atu ena complain. I o tua ngane i nei. I mea e whai. I ana o ata le vatu valo. They are your uncles. They're not your brothers. You should know that. I ana ata e le. Alon tau whaalili a te au. Ai o winga na walo e le mwhayon whaangaloina. O le osi a inga. O se toa i tutono a inga na lua. Tu ifo fo le tala le. O le toa o le tala le. Ta fefe pe ana sua le tamale i maalua po piula. E maua le le tamale le fonga lo tama. Whawhitai valo. Mua unga luenga le lei. Whawhitai fo i mo le wano whaau. A wao no tue fo i nei Amerika mai vasai fia no usawai au te re tua tui. Ia ona taulangona le lo whanonua. Ai whawhitai tere lau sunga le taitai. Te re lopo i le a ngeru na musu atu mo se wanoa moi maua. Ia whawhitai tere lava i le au fia. Ta alusia o iei se sao walu mo tātou umalava. Ia ai mai se lava ringa luenga le atua. Ia o le wawhari mo le mau. O to te lo o to ele o loa inolo nei tangata. Ia o au o lulu vita. Wha moe tau loa ta viuni le lua mua. Ia mai whangamalo i sa vai. Ia ila ititi eila. Ia ai matua si. Ia ai moni ma wha maoni mo le maua si. Ia wha pēnā fōi. Le wha fonga mai. A le whaife au pensione malolo. No tua ngana ia mafi. Ta sira le tangata. O le matua tele la volona sila fia e winga. I le soifua walo. Ia, au le nei tūlau te whaafitai tele a tūlawa maunga manua whaauro. Manuia tele lava tato au fia. Whaafitai a te rina o tato i wheiloa. Aolo o tū mau pēro lare lei. O te whaafitai fo i le to o lua o walo. Thank you so much for taking care of him. E leo mawhai o na punitia le silwhanga le atua. Nonga lue wha maoni, i le vai ngau walu, i le lua mawhitanga. Se ipu vai, o lo wafu na malingi le tausi ngau walu, le se mea i le sila fia i le atua. Tau i atu le atua le anga le ati oe. Ia au fai se taimi au atu Amerika ta whau. E mana ia fo i le o Amerika ia, tātou te vai se si vai taimi. Ia o le la asu mai le sunga ia wha moe tau loa. Ia e whai atu fo i sana ia moni mau. Whaafitai tele molo o noa, manuia, soi fua.
E mo moa nau whamuri e tatai o sauninga le wawe o mo tua whine maminuti. Ia ai o te tūla i le awa ma le whaaloalo e sol tuina le pa ia lasi e amata mai lau whainga ruenga le atua ma le sunga taitai. Ia mai se le mawe ese o i tūnga lua. tu tele mai tu tau langi o tātou ainga wā le aso le nei, malu fo i o mai masani. Ia, o lo ingo whamoe tau loa, polo tai vao, lua whata, whamoe tau iuni. Ia, o au elona fitu o le whanau. Ai, o asu whapene, nasu fia leo o le tama, o le atali. I le tū lea o le whanau o uso, wa le lia le matua i whanau uma mātou, i le tū lea o lona tama. E toa umana whaile maliuna ua roi fo i Brisbane, o lona tō whine matua. Ai, tausanga umwahe pesfu, tausanga nui. Na mua maliulo na tō whine mua tamatama tia i leo o lo tō whine o resi. Sa whaima tō whine whai o le lilea. Ia, a le ua lua tolu ia te ia i le whama i lava lea ua pesia i le whanau. O as whapene i se mana ia, a tātou te fia mwhafta i le rofo le tua. Ai o asu whapene, te le e avea maso whaile le tātou te whita iai, te le taluana mātou te ama ma le tina o awaula. Ia, le whatoa whilo e mai whapena vui a tātou, le man tātou te ama wala. Ai ua avea le mariu ma leo ti marwala upa ia le atua, ua tātou toi mafuta ai. Ola mui mau i le lilia, o le leanga i e whainga tama leo e lo tama. A whaafitai a telina, nā ruatu ama mori lo nā lofa i ama i le tama tuu malona whaatua tuanga i stoi ina i tausi. Kei lora mi o le ngore, ia a ola i ngā whasi, ma whakaikari a leo a whasi, a whasi a leo ia e lo tama. E makua le kangi ia waula se turongon sofa mat. Ai nga ka unguar ko inga ke ia wakangi makuku. Ia nga wakulo leo ka ika le fasi e toina. Tan ko ile ile. A o voila na wa o Samoa ia. E ai ala se me ai se tulo. A ole masani ale ile malisi o tu fini. E fai toina. Ai vole la ka fia me se melele ai lo vole le pe ka fadi ne ai ngol pisu popo se me se elen fa pena wingole tama a se ri anga lo fa pupu le na la ve sa no nga to fa fine martina o se tanga tau si ainga na mama tai fa ta si na faile fa mo tau lo fili ai le mai ma to o mala uso ai fili ai lo tamai e lo natali e fai mo na sui le sua fa mo tauloa o le sua le fa mo tauloa i le lepa o le sa o le ainga o le mato ainga o le sa o le ainga sa fa mo tauloa i oi le lepa sa ma tai fa ta siela ma le tali le e se tautua talu pe o le mo ma wina i le ainga o siontina fa pena fu o le ainga mato po wa montanga fa no tia fa mo taulo ni saunga mea le au lotu taiti oi e fa longo mea o la fotupe ioi tautua lotu tautua ainga le o tu moni mauina inisi o tautua ainga le alofo le tama lea a le mea fo ina lea la ina ne ta ua fa longo to ta ua sisi fa pe he has a big account yes o fa mnianga na o ulo o le lima malosi toi tama ainga fa mnianga le tua le foi i loa si on tinale tausi va tele o fa mo tauloa po tum fono i le aingo non tina fa pe foi le aingo non tama ele fa pito le fa vaula mo ta tula sia o nga mo li mawina nei le so le la aru le walu tum fono fa mo tauloa a o le mo li maule o lo na stala ango lo se fuanga ya nga mo e ma how i le tausinga o tātou wainga, tausinga o tō mātua. For the youth, honour your parents, your father and your mother, so your day might be last. Papena ngarunga tamalene whai. Ese le awa i no tina, uncles and aunties. Papena i le tū no tamaha ma le tū tina, e le eise lo whapito. Me foi na lena foi mai ele fai wela mun ma len foi mai ia so God loved the world that he sent his only begotten son. He He sang his own, and he also said, there are many mansions in my father's kingdom. If there were any, I will go and prepare for you and me. Ia rofa na o le tua, mo tātou. Tele mea o ngā lewa o malanga, le whionga tumufono, wha mo tau loa. Ai tu oi tātou, au maila sea o onga le moli mawina le tana anga o lono soifuanga. E whai maoso mo oi mau, tā te mana natu iei. E au ngā e apalai le tausinga o tātou ainga. I le tausinga o tātou walo ma tātou whanau. A o sea o onga fo lea i whanau, ma whanau o tātou whanau. Manu i tele lau malanga tung whono whawhtai mo me uma, whawhtai lau tausi ainga. Whawhtai fo i lau tautua e kalesia, tautua ainga i me uma lava. E le o lilo i le lo lau ngarwenga lea ua moli mawina i ainga tunga lua, o matua mau ainga. Whapea o nane atua wō mai masani lau o ngarwenga whai. Tau ina i pau se ele lei o le whatua tupu maolola ina i mwhai o na maufua mai ini fōlelei manongi tono ainga teitasi i le suafo i Yesu Kiriso. Amen.
Mini o Shelley, ma Tashi, ma Patrick, Peter. Ja. O siblings i o avalua po tunufono a mo te roa.
Tai, mone nei avano matango fie. O te whata alofa atu i lea o whaingaroa pa ia lea tua, ma o tō whale tua. Whapea le sau whainga o te mama tina mālo lo man mālo, me ma maru o fia le nea fiafi, mālo le soifu ma le langi e mā. Ia vea o masui mana ia o tuangane la iti. E whai atu se moli mau. I le matu tuangane matua. Ia tunu mafono, wha moe tau loa, awa ula, kalenzo, wha moe. Or as we know him, less. Sorry. You would have heard testaments of the character our brother was. I want to highlight some of his achievements and his journey within our family. When our brother lost his sight, I truly believe it was a blessing. He went to Tangaroa College, he then went to Hillary College, and there were times that Mum will finish work early and catch him hiding behind a bush because he was wagging school. But one thing that he did come across strongly was he was never going to rely on Mum to look after him. Whai mai, the Samoan way of thinking is when you have a disability, that means you stay home and the family look after you. He changed that narrative. He proved what even able-bodied people wouldn't be able to do. So I believe him losing his sight was a blessing because I saw his heart, determination, perseverance to succeed. He left home and he moved into Homai School for the Blind. In one of the independent units, where it taught him how to live and do things for himself. From here, he went on to AUT. He was there for ages. But I believe him, Willie, Ron, his other two friends, who should have been here with the other two Angelus, they were then the lifelong friends he had kept. He spent a few years at AUT. He did bring a lot of nice young Afakasi girls home to meet Mum. Before your time, Senior, don't worry, you won. And I think my brothers here were very surprised. They would just go, what do they see? But they didn't know his way of talking to the woman. We thought he was living his best life and that he will return home soon when he was ready. He always talked about his aspiration of looking after Mum. He said he was going to look for a really nice Samoan girl. He went on 3 blind dates. One asked him for money after the date. The second one was too clingy. The third one, he just couldn't gel with her. And then we were blessed with Senior. So in all his time, he was at uni, and then he graduated in 2004 with a Bachelor of Social Practice from Unitec. And I believe he was the first of our generation to come home with a qualification. Listening to some of the reflections from friends, associates over the past few days, 25 years ago, he had done an interview with Tangata Pasifika, as it was mentioned. He spoke of his journey, a man with a disability, and he had that real cocky attitude, which is him. He had a beautiful sense of humour. And that interview was the start of the journey. From here, he continued to build and grow personally and professionally, where he has been in different roles with different agencies, from Pious Trust, Taikura, Wakatautua, Saili Mālo, to Whama Mau, even in politics with the Labour Party. Words that describe my brother as he is a visionary, a leader, courageous but wise, but above all, he led with love. He's a straight shooter, and I apologise for that. I think he doesn't like the emotions being involved in anything. But he never met malice. He always believed in people reaching their potential. One of the most proudest moments our family has ever had was in 2019, when he received one of the Queen's Honours and him receiving the New Zealand Order of Merit. Everyone was so proud. He took our older generation to witness, and I think there wasn't a dry eye in the room when he had that ceremony. Afterwards, because he loves to show off as well, he had a limo pick them up, then he took them out to the most fanciest restaurant to shout them lunch. That's him, always giving. How he led at work was the way he was with our family. He led, inspired, and encouraged all, especially our younger generation. He invested in all of us, giving us words of encouragement and words to help us steer onto the right path. He would do things without wanting to be acknowledged, from taking family, friends out for dinner, coffee, to Uber Eats for our kids on school break. He is so loved and appreciated by us all. He thought his jokes were always funny. You knew when he was joking, he'd have a smirk, this cheeky smirk, and when he was angry, his nostrils flared. His silent treatments were worse than our mothers. But when he had time to reflect, he'll come back and talk things out. Last week, while in the hospital, we will talk, and he will remind us how he got run over twice. Once when we were going to school, I don't know if Mum knows this, once when we were going to school, we went to cross, he slipped. Back then it was those kung fu shoes. He had a cheaper version of those. So he slipped and a car hit him He quickly got up and the guy offered us, I'll take you to school. And again, we broke the rules, don't jump in a car with a stranger. We all jumped in the car with a stranger, but nobody spoke a word. The second time was when they went to return videotapes. In Otara, this all happened in Otara. Don't know why he served the community, he got hit. So he went to return the videotapes. Again, he got hit by a car. The man was in shock, but he stood up because the fear in him, knowing what his mum would do if she found out what had happened, he got up and he carried on. Within our family, our children were his children, and he spoiled them. And recall when one was born, every time one of our kids were born, he will feel their faces. He will feel their faces, their eyes, their bodies. And throughout the years, what he would do is measure them. Like his shoulders are here and the kids are up here, and he'll say, yeah, I'm still tall. That was him. I love seeing that bond that he had with our kids. He invested in our kids, whether it was school uniforms, stationery, or even sponsoring their sports teams. These acts he did out of love. And seeing that bond he had with each of them, his actions showed how much he loved them. Whawhitai Senior, mole tau singa o le matautoanga, thank you for your love and your care to him to the bitter end. There are so many cherished memories that we hold. He is a loving brother and an uncle to many. We have lost a strong pillar within our family. You are missed and loved so much. Les, you never let your disability be a barrier. You became a determined man that served your family and community well. We just want to do a slideshow for our brother. Ia manuia lo malanga, le tuangane peleina, alofa tele mo oe.
Pele pele, lo tai tu tino, le vava esi, it's a malu ifale, suli ole ele ele, le tama futanga, ia so etele. Atama bae, ipio taloto, le tama futanga, awane imangoto, awane ingalo, neli ilo mutamua, banui for my life. Fanua Wale osemo A oseo somoni Itale tu fanua eu fofonga fo ile oli oli atama pae pio taloto le tama futanga awane imangoto awane ngalo neli ilo utamua manui for my langi io ulangu fanua Vaila o matinga esa pitila vainga zamailo la lenga zivao o afia neingalo mai ai pele o e iloto ese titolai atama pae pio taloto le tama futanga awane imangoto awane ngalo neli ilo utamua manui for my langi ulangu fanua atama pae pio taloto le tama futanga awane imangoto awane ngalo neli ilo utamua manui for my langi io ulangu fanua manui for my langi io ulangu fanua manui for my langi io ulangu fanua
teu fa malosi fuwa te lo wana wala va malo longa nisi ya ai sa uni mai le o le sunga i le teu simtanga wenga ya yuelu le atio ya mo se fa malosi au fo il le fiafi ala tatu vi mo pese i le vi inga tolu fa fitu tolu se la fa su mo fitu
Oh
le launga i le suafa mamalu o le atua le tamā, le alo ma le anganga sa. Whafteitele le avanoa i le sunga i le teitai o le sauninga, ia ua mawhai ai o na maua se avanoa i nei fiafi, ia mai o te usitai lava i le saunoanga le teitai. Mai te teitai ia tea o te malie, a maua ni nei tu la se tolo o lau launga o le leik. Ia o le au stai lava iai. Ua filifilia lava le tusi na whaitauina i le nei a fiafe whai maaunga o aute o le wha moe moe. Tusi al profeta, tusi al apostolo, Paulo, Filipi, lona mata upo e tolu, au a filifilia le whai upo e lua se fulu, e whai au o manatu o le nei e fiafi. Whapea lona whaitauina, a wāolo tātou nu moni ua i le langi lea. O lo whātalitali mai ai i tātou e le whaola o le li. O Iesu Keriso. But our citizenship is in heaven. And it is from there that we are expecting a Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. Upuia le apostolo, ua whai ai ni manatu mawhauwhaunga o le nei fiafi. Ai au te tari tonu lama o le whaia se upu. E le whai ngō fie ma tau ngō fie i tu aso mai tu pō whapenei. Pa ia o a inga, a wala o tō lupe lea. O le lupe o le fui fui sa whalata lupe, a wā lupe mua o le fina ngalo le atua. Pa ia o a inga, lea ua lele ese. Tā lofa walu ese. Tā lofa ua mafuli matau, le la au tele, na matila i vau ponea, sa mapu iai, ma paolo ai le ainga. Tā lofa ua lele ese. Tā lofa i le lupe sa fai, mautu te tau le pa ia o tō ainga. Sa fai o ia masilianga, o le tūtu ola, ai tā lofa ua lele. Ua lele i le langi. Ia tātou maua le loto te tele. Pule pele li. A wā o lo tātou nu moni, ua i le langi lea. O lo whātari mai ai tātou le whaola o le alii o Iesu Keriso. Briefly, I'm trying to elaborate the theme for us this evening. When the passage we have just read, Philippians chapter 3, verse 20. Paul teaches the church, you are the citizenship of heaven. If you are carry the heavy cross, you are enter in the kingdom of God. For us this evening, we are the citizenship of heaven, not on earth. We are not the overstayer. We are pure citizenship called heaven. E leo tātou o ni overstayer. Ao tātou o tangata whamaoni o citizeni o le mā lo le atua. O lo ve vesi pea le nei vai tau. I le tātou waba ai i pepa malanga i citizeni ma visa. Tātou te tari tonu lama e ese lea. O lo tau mawhai nisi ni au wala le lei. Tau mawhai nisi ni au wala palapala. O visa ma siti seni i nei ono pō i le lalolangi. Au le au tū le whai mai Paulo i le nei e fiafi o tātou o siti seni o le mālo le atua. O tātou o siti seni o le mālo le atua. E ola i le lalolangi le siti seni o le langi. E ola i le lalolangi le siti seni o le langi. A mata ale mori mau a mata i le tau o le au unanga i le langi. Le tamalea lala mai, le ta oto mai. A mata upu tō mua o le mori mau ua tau i le langi i le au auna. Le au auna malana tau tua. Mori mau lono lua fai mai sa ili maa lo. Mori mau lono tolu. Ua fai o ia matotu wola. Mautu te tau o le a inga o le alono winga o ia upu. Ua fai o ia masili anga e tua i ai le ai. Mori mau ia tolu. A mata ia mori mau o le nei fiafi. Ma nei e le whalongolongo o lono winga. I le tau launga ina la le maliu lea. Tu lou le maonta ma le paia o a inga a fai o lea e pō le vaai. A o le tau i le langi, a o le sa ili ma lo, a o le tua iai a inga. O lono winga. I le fesili ngia la le siti seni le ma lo le langi. Ai eile vaenga o loo tau fiofi mai ai le siti seni o le langi. E le whapea o tangata umalama. O siti seni. E eile teimie e ave ai oe maa umatangata e le siti seni. O le fesili pe aisea o a ulama. O oe lama. Aisea wanga sala. Fa mai upo le apostolo na amata ai le ta upu le tolu le au soe ia o tou wha o au whatasi mai i a te au. Wha peo na whai o i mātou ma wha o au i a te utou. La ia winga upo le apostolo. Wai loa le lei e Paulo e iai i lātou e whai le sa taulo ma o lātou fili. Whai le sa taulo ma o lātou fili. O nisi wa lātou whaawinga se le fina ngalo maa wa onga Yesu. Le winga lea o le saunoanga le apostolo. Ua manatu o le saulo tonga wha Yesu. Ua saulo toi tangata e oa le wha wanoa o mea le lei. Pe le anga foi. E le ngata i lea au lea lofa tu noa ua lama lea e wha maa ngalo ai. E le whapea le winga o le fina ngalo Yesu malana sitisen. O le sitiseni tau wamo. E mamafa le amoina o le Santaulo. A le foi mai. O wale atua i manama. E le whapea nā le whamoe moe o le ngā ruenga. Mō le taunu uantu i le nuu folo ina. Le mālo le langi. E le whapena. E le atua i le manawa. E le fiunga o fie amo. Le mamafa o le Santaulo. E le whaala atua i ni winga. Ai mamafa le amo. O le reward lea le tangata. Na te amo le mamafa. O le Santaulo ke risu. O le reward e nofo i le mālo le langi. A whai vesili o le ale mālo le langi. O le nuu māla malama ma le manuia. Le aise loi mata. Le aise tangi awe. Aena o le upula o le li o lo iai a ngelu. Lātou te amatu ula mātango fie. Ma wha ula ai le tangata ua fio mai. E le faingofie le citizen i le langi. Tātou umalava ua mauti noa le malo le langi. Ai ona whawhita auri le isi vaenga. O au lama, o oe lama, tātou te le ulu whale ai. Ka mai le pese le ka le sia me tisi. Ua o nofo nei ma ti ngā lava i lalo nei. Mo lo noto e fia nofo le nā nuu le lei. Lono winga e au mau ai e le wha moe e fia nofo i le nofoanga lea. Le mā lo le langi. O moli mau. Wa fea unga le lei le moli mau pe a whai e whaantusa i le soifua ma le ola o le au auna. Pa mai le au tua le ka le sia i le nei aso. Asonga fua le nei. Ia whai le moli mau wha maoni. Na iai le amatanga o ngā ruenga o le nei vai aso. Moli mau ai le ka le sia. Ia whai le ngā ruenga. Ia whai le moli mau. Ma le wha maoni. A whai la o lau tau moli mau lea ma le wha maoni. O lono winga ua mauti noa. O lo tātou nu moni lea ue le lang. Ua vea le au auna matangata citizeni o le maa lo le lang. Ta whai o mori mau ia wa leo whai mai. Ia whai le mori mau ma le wha maoni. Sa ili maa lo. Tua iai a inga. Alofa. O ka se maa nei o mori mau. Wha aftai le. Mori mau wina o le uso i le nei fiafi. Te linga e fia longo. Tu lou e ui aina le pupula mai. A o anta o ana wha moenga o lana tautua. E vi i ai le li. E le pupula tu lou. A o anta o le mori mau o le nei aso. Tātou te iloa ai. O anta tau ma ono mea. Ona nofo le citizeni o le malo le atua. E iai le malanga nisi na malanga i le langi nisi o toi ina. Malanga antu o tau le langi o na sau lea o le au auna e o lo whainga luenga i le maonta. Wa avantu le isi toi ina. Avantu ave ba ailo na fale maa neia. Ia avantu le angelu ta maa o lo fale lea. Mana ia apa o lo fale, mana ia to tono no foa ma fe ilafi solo lo fale, no foa ina. To e sau amantu le isi to e ina, amantu ave i le isi fale. E amantu le fale to e ina. E anto lau pola le fale lo to e ina ma lau niu. E anto i pusa apa, pusa pepa iei, pusa e leni yaso ia. Asto e le fale. Le aise ka peta, e maa. No fuai leo le toina. Wo i le isi yaso wa feiloa i le toina nei to lua fai mai. Oka se maa nei au lo fale. Fai mai, ai alo fale. Ia a fale o le matua. Le matango fia o le fale. E anto i lau pola. Le aise ka peta e maa. Ai alu fale. Matango fia apa. Pa ia o le ainga ma le pontu potonga. Le tau tua lea ma le au nanga. Na amo ai le sa taulo. To te le ai la toune. E whaapea le soifuanga o lo soifua maolai. E amo solo ama. Whaataitai a lunga le soifua tautua ma le au nanga. Na o atu lea whai mai. O lo maota lea. O lo fale lea. Whai mai le tama. O kase maa nei o lo fale. Le au auna na amo le mamafa. O le tautua ma le au nanga. O le taui o le tangata tautua. E ulu fale o ia i le maa lo le langi. Au wā o lo tātou no moni ua i le langi. O nei fa pe ta to e o uma ia e ia le to ina le ai ave o le fale le lei tangata sa to tu wola ia le ai le tangata sa fai mautu te tau e tua ia le paolo ainga o te whalongo antu e fitus furu lua le tau sanga o whanau soifua sa ola i funga lei o ma ua mani fai fe au lea sa ma ola fo ina ia aero no winga o fai si leva o ino se au na ula male fo i le vai ina ma meo le timu ina i funga lei lau ona le nei ai ua mori mawina i le nei aso o ka se mata ngō fie e le susulu ona fonga au ana mea e fai o ka se mata ngō fie lea ua lele la utou lupi pe ia o ainga tu mafono ma le ainga malosi ai maise matou maisa vai lea ua lele la utou lupe fa pea se langona tu la ia o le lupe lele ai fa au le malanga e le o so lupe tu u fa so to loe malanga ai fa au le malanga la lu no winga fa au me ia no to pe pesa ia na nei ia tu la i sei si to fa au le tau tua ma le au nanga ina ia no nofo lava i le siti seni leo le malo le tua ia atonu aiwa lava lewa mai ale Jamie fufuina a o le fatinga ina o le fasawa ina ma le tauanga ina ma le tau wamo ina e lana au no le santolo me le foi mai ai Paulo i le kale sia i Filipi o outo uma o e amo le mamafalea le ma lo le na a outo na o lo fa mtalaina tangata ese a fai tau ia yo lo ta ua ia tangata o mo me uli tangata la tu te alo ese malato le lo le fina ngalo le li le fa winga ina o la to o uli le fai mai le apostolo o ese a le malo le na le malo le o le tangata sa tau wamo mamafa tu ule lupe fa lele tu ma fono ma pa ia i ainga i salafai tu ule lupe fa lele malie la utou lupe le sa tu i matangi olo sa utou tua iai wanei a lea ua fai mai ua ulu fale i le maonta iai le pese le kale sia lale e o mai a ngelu ma faa ula ma faa pale le tangata ua manu malo pese na le kale sia metis faa ula faa pale le tangata sa tau tua ma le faa maon lea ua e ona faiva lea ua tau ula wanga i le malo le langi wasa sala le manongi o le tau tua i le nei tae au nei e fiafi le mori mau o le au wasa sala le manongi o lan tau tua o lana faa solo lea o le tau i lea mo le tangata tau tua ma le faa maon ia lofa maia le li paulawa o lea ia tātou tau mawhai na ia tātou sa ile maua sa tātou fale le lei awalanga o au lava o oe lava e mafua ai ona le maua sa tātou fale le lei le lang au tātou uma o sitisen tau tua ma le wha maon pe ma mafua le sāntaulo tātou wamo wao le tau i lea o le tangata tau tua e amo ina le mamafa o wale atua le manama ai tātou wamo le sāntaulo pe onu fai mai le apostolo o le tau i lea o le tangata tau tua ma le wha maon manuia lau malanga tama ia maua se no fuanga i le lang
manuia le paia o aina lua ia iai le agaga faamafanafana o le alii ua foʻi le paia maualuga o le faapotopotoga ia iai le agaga o le alii e fesoasoani toe sauniga i le aso a taeao ia iai le alofa ma le aga lelei o le alii soifua ma ia manuia.
Ia. Nā rofa whtai mō le whiau whamanatu. Atu au i loa e tau te talia le launga. Pe atu whata uar saunoanga al tofi. Ale awane ia tua le manaba. Awane ia ima se sia roa tui o le hola e ta umaro i ta apelo. Ia. Ai sa o le saunoanga. Amu ia le au auna. A whai o le moni uma mori mau. Ia tāru sia. A o me silin tā ua o lona nganga. O lona nganga. Ia au tai au. Na o te rina ma ue whai mori mau. Se i wanga nā se mea tā ua lava o le maarfia. Ai e nao a te rina ma whiwhi au. Whātua au wha matala tūle o le whailonga na o iloa ia sa o muli mau ia. Na whaari mai a ta. Ia. Tā siel ni e fiafi. Teimi o le tātou sa uninga tai au. O le sifuru Iva. O le Iva. E fua i o i le symmetry. E fua i nā le tātou tāpua inga o le Iva tai au. Iva tai au, le wha moe moe o tue sa uninga. Ia, o le whionga atu mawhono wha moe tau roa. Ia. Ona tātou wha mawai atu wailea i lana au auna. O le a tātou vi i le pese o saunia, wha ai ua i tātou tāpua inga le asu. All thoughts and prayers are with you during this difficult time of losing a loved one. Before we all head out, I would like to thank everyone who showed up tonight. Your love and support is greatly appreciated. Ia ilunga o to uma ma le lalolangi, le manuia ma le alofa tūnoa, ma le file mua lo tātou tamā, ma Iesu Keriso, ma whataina pēa ele anganga pa ia I tātou uma nei e o I le whāwa urawa. Amen. Manuia le fiafi.
Remember when I was young, so time stood still. Love was all we knew. You were the first, so was I. Made love and then you cried. Remember when? Remember when we found the vows and walked the walk and gave our hearts, made the start and it was hard. We lived and learned life through curves. There was joy, there was hurt. Remember when? Remember when old ones died, new were born, life was changed. Disassembled, rearranged, we came together, fell apart, and broke each other's hearts. Remember when? Remember when the sound of little feet was music? We danced to week to week, brought back the love. We found trust, vowed we'd never give it up. Remember when? Remember when 30 seems so old now, looking back. It's just a stepping stone to where we are, where we've been. Said we'd do it all again. Remember when? Remember when we said when we turned gray, when the children grow up and move away, we won't be sad, we'll be glad for all the life we've had, and we'll